Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our council meeting for the 7th of December 2022. I'd like to start with a karakia, which you'll see on up there. So if we could all stand and do that, please, that'd be great.
Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, he hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, maurio.
Thank you very much. Now we have a very, very busy day today, so we're going to try as best we can to stick to time. So what we've got here is the first one. I'll just check this with Dawn. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Today, we're very lucky. We have two more awards to hand out to council staff for the fantastic work they're doing. The first one is for the St Andrews, Kohinga St Albans Community Centre. Now, I'd like to first acknowledge and congratulate the team who worked on the new community centre. It is a fantastic new facility, and it's won the Public Architecture Award in the 2020 Canterbury Architecture Awards held by the New Zealand Institute of Architects. The standard of competition was very high, as the number of New Zealand's leading architects competed eagerly for the coveted awards. Congratulations to our winning team, council staff, the architect, the landscape architect, client-side project manager, roading, water, environmental engineer were all council staff. Well done. This community building itself is outstanding. It is carbon neutral, innovative, and utilises space well. The awarded citation is an eloquent description of the building's qualities, and I feel if anyone who pays a quick visit will immediately understand why it has done so well. The facility was a great project driven by the community, especially through the Waipapa Community Board, a motivated community working group, and the St Albans Residents Association, who now operate the facility. Thank you very much. They also deserve credit for this award. Can I specifically congratulate a few people who made this possible? Ekin Sakin, Council's Architectural and Structural Design Team Leader, Jocelyn Mahoney, the Landscape Architect, Gail Williams, the Draftsperson, Peter Wehrman, Engineer, Sean Hung, Architectural Designer, Paul McCaffrey, Community Facilities Manager, Bridget Stanley, Facilities Operations Specialist, Simon Britton and Emma Twaddell from the Community Board, and Paul Somerville from the Working Party. You should all be proud of your work and delivering this awesome new facility for the St Albans community. I know it's been a long-running project, and it is great to see it now open. Can I invite you to join me in congratulating you and the team for this wonderful award? Well deserved. Thank you. Pull it out.
There it is.
Yes.
And make sure you're not hiding. Okay, that's good. You stay right. Alright guys. Thank you. Cheers.
Very well done. Right, our next acknowledgement is to the Smart Christchurch team. Michael Healy, Grace De Leon, Michael Simek and Julianne Huey. At the 2020 Association of Local Government Information Management Awards, held in November here in Christchurch at Te Pai, our Smart Christchurch team won, on behalf of the council, the Smart Cities Award. This is the first year this is an award which seeks to recognise and reward leadership, celebrate best practice, and stimulate action and advance smart cities, towns and regions. This is about recognising smart cities, which I understand are cities that embrace new technology to improve the way we live, helps improve public safety, energy use, sustainability and liability. Our Smart Christchurch team is working to implement the Smart Christchurch strategy, which we adopted in September. Their work is seeking to bring the many benefits of a smart city, such as helping our planning, improving the decision-making around this, and bringing more people to live, work, invest here in Christchurch. I think it is really important focus for our council and our community that this work recognises the hard work that the Smart Christchurch team has been doing on this strategy. Congratulations and thank you for your work. This is extremely well deserved. Well done.
Apologies now.
Apologies, right.
Go on, Timmy.
Apologies, we actually have received no apologies, but Tim, I see, is on Zoom. Morning, Tim. So we don't have to move or second any of those, do we? So we're all good. We have received no declarations of interest. We have some supplementary reports. So I need to move those, Sam, to get them put in. Thank you, Sam and Mark. Thank you. So I put that motion. All those in favour? You've got a question, Yanni? Okay, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Thanks. Yeah, I just happy to accept item 20, but I will not be supporting Council Strategic Review of Christchurch City Holdings as a supplementary paper on the order today. I believe that there's huge public interest in this paper and that there's no reason why it should come at short notice, given the serious and important issues that it raises and given the interest from the community. So I won't be supporting adding a late supplementary paper today around the Christchurch City Holdings Strategic Review. I think there's more than adequate reasons why it could have been deferred and been put on the normal timeframes for such a serious consideration of a decision.
So you just want that noted?
Yeah, I just want my vote recorded against item 19 being accepted.
Okay, thank you. So I'll now put this. Sam and Mark seconded it. So all those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. Thank you. And Mel? Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. So now we've got into public forum. We have Save Our Venues who have come to the table, please, to talk to us. We have Kendra, Nick, Richard, Taylor and John. I think we've got that many. So you have 5 minutes, so far away.
You just speak. Huh? Okay. Kia ora koutou, ko Kendra Walls toku ingoa. I'm here today as the music manager of one of Otatahi's live music venues, 12 Bar. Accompanied by representatives from our neighbouring music venues, Darkroom and Space Academy, Taylor McGregor from the National Music Venue Advocacy Organisation Save Our Venues, and John Wardle, a founding member of the Live Music Office of Australia, and we are here to speak to you about the potential problems that we are facing as music venues. Located on St Asaph Street and within 50 metres of each other, Darkroom has been operating for 11 years and was the first music venue in Christchurch to open following the earthquakes. Space Academy opened over the road 4 years later in 2015, and 12 Bar joined the community 3 years ago in 2020. Our collective of venues has become ingrained within the heart of the live music sector, hosting more than 450 shows per annum between us and supporting thousands of professionals across the creative sector, from musicians to sound engineers, lighting techs to event promoters, as well as feeding into the visitor economy of the city that includes transport and accommodation providers. Now we find ourselves, along with many other Christchurch music venues, facing an uncertain future due to the potential land use conflict between sound and noise restrictions and new inner city residents. Development has now begun on 373 St Asaph Street. 18 townhouses are being erected on the adjacent property to all three venues. Our businesses are now faced with the prospect that the sound of live music will now be considered a disturbance to our new residential neighbours, and under current council enforcement process, we may be unable to operate as we have done for many years. Under the RMA, an application for resource consent must identify the persons affected by the activity, and any consultation must be undertaken. As you can see here, there are considered no persons to be affected by this development. That is simply not the case. Not only are our three businesses affected, there are thousands of people involved here, including those within the music industry and the people of Christchurch who attend live music. Otatahi's music industry hasn't had it easy since the 2011 earthquakes destroyed the city's once thriving nightlife. Many grassroots capacity music venues have come and gone. Ducks Live, New City Hotel, Blue Smoke, to name a few. They have all closed their doors in recent years, and as a result of this, Christchurch has fewer small-sized music venues than ever before, with each of our venues constantly having to turn bookings away. Without spaces and opportunities for up-and-coming musicians, they will likely leave Otatahi and look for work elsewhere. No artist arrives in the stadium as a fully formed superstar. Smaller venues like ourselves are the universities that grow world-class musicians. We nurture creatives and we help develop their craft, welcoming emerging musicians of all genres and experience levels to our stages. Many of the most loved and celebrated Christchurch musicians such as Marlon Williams, Aldous Harding, and Yumi Zuma have played some of their first ever gigs on our stages. And without the proper protection, Otatahi risks losing our creative community and cultural vibrancy.
After navigating the immense pressures of the pandemic so far, the grassroots venues of Aotearoa are now threatened with another existential crisis. The push for urban densification in our cities is seeing residential developments consented in the immediate vicinity of music venues. Without appropriate sound attenuation standards and planning instruments that protect the right for venues to host live music, many could conceivably see their operation restricted or made totally unviable. This looming conflict is no more urgent than the situation on St Asaph Street. Music venues are an essential part of the cultural infrastructure of our cities and the heartbeat of New Zealand's music ecosystem. They are significant contributors to a vibrant nighttime economy and shape our city's identity and well-being. It is enormously important that Council recognise the value of their live music venues and use the means available to them to protect and support their future. We're supported today by John Wardle from the Australian Live Music Office. He has worked extensively in policy development and planning regulation in Australia, where he's successfully implemented measures to not only save venues in similar situations, but also work with local governments to design cities that celebrate and incentivise live music in healthy cohabitation with the residential population. While the future for these three venues appears uncertain, we hope this is an opportunity to work with Council to take the lead in New Zealand to develop a solution that ensures they continue to be the heartbeat of live music in Christchurch.
We ask of you today that you work alongside us and the other music spaces in the city to instill reassurance that all music has a place within Otatahi. We request that you take all reasonable steps to create acceptable benchmarks for all music venues, new and old, so that we have the confidence to continue operating, and together we can mitigate the potential adverse impacts for our businesses and the cultural and economic identity of the city. Thank you for being here today and listening to us.
Thank you very much. That's a very enlightening presentation. Thank you. No, we haven't got time.
No, not for a question to you. Can we ask for some staff advice on the issue and ways to mitigate the issue so that we can continue?
Absolutely.
Yes, I've got a note.
Yeah, we've got a
Thanks.
note already. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sharon. It has. Mhm. Very timely what you came and talked to us about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Annabelle Hasselman and Malcolm Long, who will speak on the behalf of the Opawaho Heathcote River Network regarding the Council's response to the community concerns about the aspects of the Portlink Industrial Park development. Welcome.
Morena, Mayor Major and all the councillors, and congratulations on your appointment to council. This is our first time in front of the council, so yeah.
Good to see you.
So Malcolm and I are here this morning as members of the Opawaho Heathcote River Network to really highlight our concerns around the Portlink development. It's happening right on the banks of the Opawaho Heathcote River, and we really want to reinforce to council the need to make provisions, to enforce the provisions in the district plan that has been established with the protection of the river in mind. So why do we care? Go back to the home. Why do we care? We care because we are the Opawaho Heathcote River Network, and we are a voice for the river, and we advocate for and promote for its regeneration and for the health of the river, and we also connect and support all the communities around the river. Here you can see the Opawaho Heathcote, the catchment groups and all those community groups that have an interest in the river and its catchment. And the next slide shows the Portlink development, the industrial park there right on the banks of the Opawaho River, which is, I'm sure many of you have seen it, and I'll get Malcolm now is going to go through our concerns around it.
So there are several issues. The first one is this photograph. This is an embarrassment to every resident of Christchurch, I'm sure, particularly for those of Woolston. This is what the Resource Management Act was meant to stop and prevent. The Port Hill's being wiped out by some enormous erection of containers. The district plan says quite deliberately 11 metres high for a building. Obviously, the commissioner, when he put that height in place, wasn't thinking that someone was going to subvert it by just putting in containers for storage. So obviously, the council needs to review its storage in industrial areas controls, because this is a ridiculousness that is embarrassing. That's the first issue. The second issue, of course, is the noise, the stacking of these containers early in the morning, late at night, throughout the day, 24 hours a day almost, no, 7 days a week, is a real problem for neighbours. There is the real danger of containers falling. We've had that at Littleton, we've had it in Bluff and Auckland. 6 high, right next to tracks that people use throughout the day and in the evening. There is a real danger from that. This is the issue that we are most concerned about, the intrusion of these earthworks into the 30-metre setback from the river. It's 30 metres for a reason. It's to give the river its space and to allow the ecology of the river to flourish, and we're down to 6 metres in places here. Why is this bund being created? What's it doing? It's loading up the riverbank. It's restricting public use of this area into a very narrow strip, which will be eroded by the river over time. The river should be, we believe, the primary concern of council, not maximising the area for the developer. You know, Te Mana o Te Wai should be applied here. The river should have the priority. Who knew that fumigation was taking place in this area? MPI knew, EPA apparently knew. The City Council knew that logs were being stacked, but no one apparently knew that fumigation was taking place, or certainly not ECAN. And the council and ECAN should have known it. Shouldn't have taken complaint from us for this to be recognised as an issue. The neighbours should have been able to have their concerns addressed and heard. Will that happen? We are concerned that there are hazardous substances being used beside the river without resource consents and suitable controls. Probably this is a good operation. We don't know. We're going to have a look there today. So what we're seeking is that the council staff do enforce the rules of our own district plan, that they protect the river as their highest priority, that the council moves to increase controls over storage in industrial areas so we don't have this problem again and elsewhere, and that we have some sort of improvement in communication between MPI, ECAN and the council over hazardous substance use. You know, there's great public interest in this whole matter, and we believe it's really important that if any resource consent is applied for, that there is it's publicly notified so that the community can be heard.
Thank you very much for that, Malcolm and Annabelle, and it's brought it to a lot of people's attention. I understand that the people who are doing the container storage have moved. They had gone too close to the river, and they have now moved back. Quite how that happened, I don't know. They'd gone over the boundary or too far close to that, so that's been rectified at the moment. And I also understand that there's a discussion on whether a container is a building or not. So that's where that's sitting at the moment. So we'll watch the space and we'll get back to you. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you.
So, okie doke. So now we're into deputations. These people all have 10 minutes each to speak. And the first one is the Netball Centre. Warren is on Zoom, I think. No. On behalf of the Christchurch Netball Centre and Netsall, and Andrew McCormick on behalf of Napunawai Sports Hub, are speaking to item 13. You must be Andrew.
I'm Andrew McCormick, yes, thank you.
Good on you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Warren's not online.
Don't worry, Warren's not online. Thank you.
No, so I'm the chair of the Napunawai Sports Hub Trust. As you'll be aware, that was formed some years ago to provide strategic advice to council around the governance of the facility. Our primary role is really to act as advocates for the sports, and as this hub has developed over time, as you'll be aware, there have been many challenges that we've had. A positive challenge is the development of the Netsall facility. Now, Anna Galvin is the chair of the Christchurch Netball Centre. She sends her apologies, and her deputy Warren Poe is hopefully going to join us by Zoom. But this issue that we're dealing with, that is on your agenda today, is really a Napunawai issue as opposed to primarily a Netsall issue. So the need for extra car parks is becoming a critical point. So the first thing I want to do is thank Council for considering this investment in community sport and recreation, because at the end of the day, this enables active communities, and that's what we're all about. There's been a lot of work that's been done in the last 2.5 years by the Trust, working with Netsall and its various iterations to understand the nuances of the hub. The sports at Napunawai don't have a typical security of tenure that they might have had in the past, and for all intents and purposes, they were rehoused there following the earthquakes because the four sports all lost their homes. It's an innovative development, and it's one that's a model leader throughout the country. Netsall's come on board, and it's going to bring a tremendous boost to the sporting landscape of the city and the facilities network that you're working through. So as far as the Trust is concerned, it's a great boon for the city and for the development. But as I say, it brings challenges. At the moment, Napunawai is increasing its usage. You see young children there, you see older people there on a daily basis. And that's just for the pure recreation of the place. Its accessibility is currently a positive feature. Parking is easy at the moment, but there are pinch points. And as we know, the pinch points come currently in the winter. When rugby league have games on, there's 2 excellent sand-based turfs there that are the envy of the country. There are 2 community fields, so they're always busy. And then there's the junior rugby league that's played just across the way down at the AMP Showgrounds. There are 2 international standard hockey turfs there that are busy just about all day, Saturday and Sunday, and of course there's play during the week. So the pinch point on Saturdays has been evident for some time. The overflow car parking was on the grass space that the Netzel building is now being built on. So the problem that's going to arise is that next year, for example, when Netzel, although Netzel won't be on stream by then, the land is out of action. So parking for sports events, for rugby league and hockey, is going to be really at a premium. And that's because the high demand of the venue has exceeded its capacity and its expectations. But of course, that's a pleasing factor, certainly in the Trust's view. I just wanted to show a couple of slides, which hopefully I can control. This shows parking arrangements from last week, which, although this is summer, this is the Canterbury Primary School's athletic championships at Napunawai last week. 1,500 child participants plus family support. So with the Netzel site being out of action, this actually replicates what we'll see next year with rugby league and hockey on Saturdays, for example. So this is parking in front of the tennis courts. Here's an example of the numbers that were there competing and spectating, two shots of that. Biggest day of athletics, certainly for the primary school fraternity. Here's a shot of car parking on the community fields. These are typically used by rugby league in the winter, and that's just another angle. So the point here is that even last week, as we enter summer, if it had been wet, these options wouldn't have been available. So what would have happened is people would have flowed into the streets, and that of course raises issues for the community. So that, in my submission, just emphasises the precariousness of the situation here. The Novo report, which I know is in your papers for today, gives very good background about car ratios, the research that was completed earlier in the year, and the Trust is engaging with the sports about alternative options. It's engaging with ECAN about bus routes, not just going past the site, but coming into the site down Augustine Drive. There's the other access through McMahon Drive there as well. And while those options will assist, they're not going to alleviate the key problem that we're concerned about. Another example of a flow-on effect for the sports, which is our concern as a Trust, is strategic traffic management. If there is no provision for extra parking, the sports will bear the cost of having to organise traffic management on a more than pinch point basis. It'll almost become part of their their operational routine. So that cost will be passed on to the users of their sports. And obviously in a user pays world, that's one thing, but if there's an option to minimise cost that's passed on to participants, especially in a community sense, then the Trust would submit that's very important to consider. So ultimately, I would suggest the need for car parks at this venue, these extra car parks, is a measure of its success. It's a measure of the city's increased engagement with sport and active recreation after the COVID environment. It's a daily thing at Napunawai. It's going into the evenings already. When Netzel comes on board, it's going to make that even more of an issue. So because of the success of the development, in turn, I'd suggest that the need is self-evident. And this venue is a leader in an issue of partnership. When you think of the work the Trust's doing with Netzel to create a partnership, principles relating to that, principles of operating together, but underpinning it all is the relationship, the partnership between sports, communities, and most importantly, active communities. So what I'd just like to close on is just to touch on the cultural significance of this area. Traditionally, this was an area where mana whenua would gather to refresh and to socialise. What we're seeing now with the use of this site is the same principles, the same actions, the same activities taking place. So in terms of the work that's being done to produce the report that you're going to consider today, I do need to acknowledge the input of mana whenua in a culturally significant way to ensure the sanctity of the river, which in turn feeds into the previous presentation, because of course we know that cultural significance is critically important in our lives now, and what we have here, I'd suggest, is a living, breathing example of that. So unless anyone has any questions, that's my submission on behalf of the Trust.
Okay, no, thank you very much. We've got time for one, if someone wants to have one. No, that's cool. I'll just add, I'm looking forward to one day when we get the other exit out to Wigram Road, which will take a lot of pressure off. It won't help the situation with the amount of cars that are there or vehicles that are there, but at least it'll give you another avenue to move in and out without causing grief at the other end as far as traffic management.
Well, that's exactly right, Mr. Mayor, and even last week was a good example in terms of managing the traffic that you're looking at there, the parking. Sport Canterbury had to open up the McMahon route, otherwise there would have been a terrible bottleneck trying to get out onto Lincoln Road through Augustine. So the more options, the better.
No, that'd be cool. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to item that we're talking about a bit later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have, for 10 minutes, Gary Moore speaking to us about item 19. Welcome, Gary.
Kia ora tātou, Mr Mayor and councillors. I wish to speak to the 126-page report which you received 2 days ago. In my opinion, to make any decisions based on this immediately would be irresponsible. Mr Mayor, when I was in your seat, I was an active member of CCHL. I sat there for 12 years. When you have a report in front of you that says phrases like CCC has inherited a portfolio by default and CCC is an accidental owner, that's factually incorrect. Words like asset recycling is asset sales and drag. I believe that this report did not go back far enough. It didn't get, it's over a period where we've had earthquakes, we've had COVID, we've had all those things. You need to go back and have a look at how CCHL performed in the past, and it was a top performer. I think it's time for you to review your board. You need innovative directors, and I would not change the 4 directors on CCHL immediately. I think that's part of a process you've got to go through just to check that you've got, it may be you go down to 2. The chair of CCHL in my time reported to the council every 3 months in committee. Councillors could ask any questions. The CEO of CCC had nothing to do with CCHL in my time, neither did the CFO. It's not their job. The opportunities for us as a city and you as a council and CCHL are all there. For example, our Economic Development Agency was approached by the manager of the engine centre at Air New Zealand, and he said Air New Zealand is shifting out. And we started a process which involved, at one stage, the New Zealand ambassador in America, Jim Bolger, finding us a market for the Pratt & Whitney Engine Centre. We put $30 million into it as a council on a site that we owned. And there are 350 jobs on that site still, highly paid engineers. Enable came to us when I travelled overseas and learnt about ports authorities, seaport, airport, data port. We had the seaport, and we were having problems with the seaport because it was publicly listed. So remember, if you're selling anything, that can be a problem. We had the airport. I tried to get the 25% of the airport for Ngaitahu, and Helen Clark told me which part of jump off the lake into the lake did I want to hear about. And the third bit was we did not have a fibre optic cable. So the chair of the Seattle Trade Alliance, who was a high-powered Seattle person, sent somebody to Christchurch three times to help us get Enable. That became Enable. And so we also had another situation. I tell you these stories because these are your opportunities. The opportunities are there within the company. You need to drive them harder. You'll recall, or those of you of a certain age will recall, when the central cable in Auckland blew up. Orion sent engineers to Auckland because they figured that'd be the cheapest research and development they could ever get. The engineers came back and they said, we're weak as a city, and we put an extra cable in. CCHL approved that. It cost $100 million. The regulatory authority refused to let us get a return on that $100 million, and we said, too bad. That saved us when the earthquake happened. That's about public ownership, and that's about driving your assets well. But I'd like to refer back to the report. It's comparing apples with apples sometimes. Like a lot of these other companies haven't had an earthquake. A lot of these other, and if you look at Wellington Lines Company, where Orion are compared with the Wellington Lines Company, it was for sale at one stage, so Orion went up to have a look at it. After 2 days, the engineers said to the accountants, what do you think? And the accountant said, it's a terrific offer. The engineers said, well, we're going home because their system is stuffed. And in the event of the earthquake, Wellington will be out without power for months. And if we own it, it's our problem. But the financial, they've sweated their assets. And so the financial benefit of owning that was seen by the engineers as a mistake. And so they didn't do it. Now, Christchurch is indebted for a number of reasons. One being under insurance, and that's one of the things that always sticks in my craw, because after I left, we went from NZI to the local government insurance, and we're underinsured. And the other bit was there was poor advocating to local government. Christchurch City Holdings Limited dug the council out of the pit. $440 million of capital transferred over. Without that, we'd all be in a serious spot in this city. So I want to make an offer. I've contacted 2 former members of CCHL. David Stock, a highly respected corporate lawyer, who was the architect of CCHL and the companies. And Bruce Irvine, and David was a director for years. And Bruce Irvine, who was a former senior partner of Deloitte's and a former chair of CCHL, have both agreed, and the other person I want to see is Philip Carter, who's unfortunately not here in Christchurch at the moment, because they were all part of the early design of CCHL. So they are all got that corporate but city understanding, which is really, really important. So they've both agreed to take a session for you, Mr. Mayor, and councillors on decisions that have been made in the past and their thoughts on how you could get CCHL to perform better, and that's what we all need. And these 2 have got considerable experience that would be quite useful. So CCHL is a partnership between public and private sectors where we work together to build on what our forebears had struggled to create. Your job is to continue this hard work of your forebears and translate CCHL back into a high-performing asset which the People's Republic of Christchurch can be proud of. The opportunities for growth in your revenue streams in the future reside already within your portfolio. You're just not looking for them. and you need good boards to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. That was very interesting. Have we got any questions, please? Aaron?
Thanks for that, Gary. So just to be really clear, the contact you've made with those former members, or the architects as you call them, is purely for them to come in and give us an unload of all the information on what they did and how they got there,
Yep.
and how it was done. So it's
Yep.
not locking us into them becoming directors or
No,
anything
no,
like
no,
that. It's
no,
purely
no.
a reload of the
I don't think they
information.
want to become directors. We're all ageing, Aaron.
You can't tell from here, Gary. Okay, just to
Yeah,
just
no,
being
no,
really clear.
they're certainly not. They're both extremely busy.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Pauline?
Thank you very much for that history lesson, Gary. That was really interesting. And it is always good to go back to how things began and the purpose of it. Just with the rebalancing option that Northingtons have outlined, which basically means being able to possibly sell down shares but keep the portfolio intact financially, keep the money in there, but you might release shares to the market. Do you support that, or do you support? Would you prefer to see no sell down of any shares at all? Like what they call it is for CCHL to become an active portfolio rather than the passive that it is now.
I would support an active portfolio. That's why you need to hear what's happened in the past with shareholding that was listed on the stock exchange, shareholding that we got done over by Otago badly over the port, where we were proposing a pretty exciting sort of a deal because it was listed on the stock exchange. I think it's too quick to actually make calls yet. You need to have a proper debate as a council, and that's why I'm saying don't follow. I would, if I were sitting in your seats, I'd be moving that you receive the paper, full stop, and then start planning early on, because it's got to. If you're doing any changes, it's got to go to the long-term plan, and you've got till the end of next year to do that. Rushing before Christmas, I think, is a mistake.
Yeah, but all we're looking at today is to agree that Northingtons embark on that work for the LTP, and then we make the decision.
I'm aware they're sitting in behind me. I'm not sure about their role, and I think as a council you need to be thinking pretty hard. We had similar sorts of submissions from the Business Roundtable to buy our assets, which we resisted, and that was hard work, I can tell you. And I would think that as a council you need to... First of all, I don't know who appointed Northingtons, what their terms of reference were. I have asked for that under Lagoima, because I think we need to really look hard at who would be the right people to actually give you advice. And I would do that after if you want to pick up David Stock and Bruce Irvine's offer, I'd make that decision afterwards and ask them.
Thank you very much, Gary. We're up to time, but well received. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't come with him.
No, he's telling the truth. So we're into petitions. We have no petitions. And now I'm going to, item 5, confirm the council minutes for the 23rd of November, open and PX. Do I have a mover? Mark, thank you. And seconder, Aaron, thank you. No discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Brilliant. Gary? Now we have item 6. Paul is from the Waitai Coastal Community Linwood Community Board, and he's going to talk to us about something. What is it? You've got 5 minutes to tell us what you want to tell us about.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mr Mayor, councillors.
Local alcohol policy.
Local alcohol policy. May I take this opportunity to congratulate you all on your election and say I and the whole Waitai Community Board look forward to working with you this term. So I want to talk about local alcohol policy. So on the 30th of October this year, Justice Minister Kiritapu Allen announced that the government would be making a raft of reforms in 2 stages to the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012. The first stage is to include removing the special appeals process, which is to the Alcohol Regulatory and Licensing Authority, known as ALA, that has been used to impede the implementation of local alcohol policies, meaning appeal will only be available on judicial review to the High Court. Waitai represents some of the most deprived communities in Christchurch and New Zealand, and the international and domestic evidence is clear that such communities bear the brunt of alcohol-related harm. It's in the interests of our communities that Christchurch has an evidence-based local alcohol policy, and given the government announcement, no time should be wasted gathering information and resources. And I suspect a lot of the work is already being done, but also a lot has changed, including what we know about what causes the harm in New Zealand, which is off licences predominantly. In 2012, Parliament passed the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act in response to the recommendations made by the Law Commission's Alcohol in Our Lives report. The intention of Parliament was to reduce harm being caused by alcohol by giving communities more say and making licences harder to get and easier to lose. The two main mechanisms of control were the local alcohol policies and district licence hearings, but neither of these have performed as hoped. The local alcohol policy process has been litigated heavily and bogged down by endless appeals to ALA from the alcohol industry and supermarkets. Christchurch decided not to proceed with its provisional local alcohol policy, despite having spent $1.1 million on it, due to the threat of ongoing litigation, and some might say an abusive process under the current law. The supermarkets have appealed the Auckland provisional local alcohol policy all the way to the Supreme Court. We're awaiting the outcome of that, costing millions of dollars. LAPs were meant to provide territorial authorities, local democracies, and communities the means to make significant decisions regarding when, where, and how alcohol is sold. Parliament's intent was at local control over local matters. However, it's been frustrated by the special appeals process currently available under the Act. So what we're asking you to do is to ask the staff to start the process of gathering the resources and information necessary in anticipation of imminent legislation change. Before I conclude, please allow me to say that our community board cares very much about the Pages Road Bridge and the organics processing plant and want neither of those projects delayed in the annual plan. Thank you very much, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Paul. That was really good. And in some cases, you're preaching to the converted, because I used to be out there. So
and
go there.
The hospitality industry has nothing to fear from an evidence-based local alcohol policy.
We're talking alcohol policy. Any questions for Paul? No, all good. Thank you very much for coming in. Oh, sorry, Mark. I didn't see your finger.
You'd like to move?
Oh, yes. Thank you. And Tyler, thank you very much.
Gotcha.
Any debate?
So does anyone want to debate any of this? No? Well, look at Yanni. So I'd like to put in motion. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Phil, I took no part. I took no part in the vote, just noted I hold a licence.
Thank you very much, Aaron. That's good.
Thank you, Ryan.
So now we move on to item 7 and 8 together. The Zone Committee representatives will now provide us with their update reports. Thank you very much for coming in. So we've got Banks Peninsula, Christchurch West Melton and Selwyn Waihora.
Good morning. My name is Gina Weibel. I'm from the Banks Peninsula Water Zone Committee. Firstly, I'd like to welcome new councillors and congratulate those of you who were re-elected. The Zone Committee appreciates your continued support, and I'd like to thank Council for continuing to fund a number of programs that are important to the Zone Committee and the community, such as the Council's continuing work on water supply and wastewater improvements on Banks Peninsula, the implementation of the Whakaora Healthy Harbour program in Whakaraupo, Littleton Harbour, the continuation of fish passage barrier remediation and biodiversity work, And we also commend Council for the Southwest Port Hills and Littleton Harbour Erosion and Sediment Control Project, and hope to see the funds used to help prevent hillside erosion and sediment, particularly from CCC infrastructure. Similarly, the funding from the Cut Slope erosion trial in the Christchurch Adventure Park, and we hope Council will continue to, with the other sites identified in Whakaraupo, and implement the findings of the trial so that sediment loss is reduced, particularly on roadside and other cuttings. We also request that CCC fixes erosion and sediment issues in Diamond Harbour that have been identified in a commissioned report via the Banks Peninsula Stormwater Management Plan. We will include all of the above points and expand on them when we write to you with our funding priorities for the next annual plan. So going back to the Zone Committee's work and our action plan, we've funded some really exciting projects this year, with our new fund allowing a greater range of projects to be supported, as we can now fund any initiatives that meet the Zone Committee's goals as set out in our action plan. So in particular, I look forward to the results of the Peka Peka Long-Tailed Bat survey, as well as farm biodiversity planning that we are supporting Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust to work through with interested landowners. I'm also pleased that we were able to contribute to feral pig control, as they've been destroying native plantings and have a significant effect on biodiversity. We've also provided operational support to the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust and continue to support a number of fencing and planting projects to protect our springs and waterways. So thank you for continuing to support this work and the Zone Committee's Action Plan Fund. I'm looking forward to that increasing to $100,000 again next year. Looking forward, we have a number of challenges ahead, particularly around water quantity and climate change and the effects they'll have on erosion and sediment movement, water quality and biodiversity, as well as water supply takes for both drinking water and stock water from the numerous but generally very small waterways and springs that we have on Banks Peninsula. Water takes may be particularly affected in the near future as implementation of Te Mana o Te Waio occurs over the next few years, and this is an issue that the Zone Committee will be working on next year. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the contributions from our previous council representatives, Councillor Andrew Turner and Community Board Chair Tori Peden, and ECAN Councillor Lan Farm, and also Liz Riley, who was the City Council Committee and Hearings Advisor for several years. They all provided extremely valuable contributions. And lastly, I'd just like to welcome new council representatives when our meetings resume next year, and also to welcome new committee member Andrea Davis and the return of Ben Manson following our refresh process. Thank you.
Morena, ko Annabelle Hassamanaho. I'm the chair of the Christchurch West Melton. Do you want any questions for Gina before I...
Or we can do them all.
Okay. So I'm chair of the Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee, and also introduce Mike Patchett, who is the deputy chair of the Christchurch West Melton Water Zone Committee. So I'm just going to take you through highlights of our action plan, and then Mike is going to do a presentation around one of our key issues, which is around erosion and sediment control. So stormwater and stormwater engagement was one of our key highlights, and in November we had this Stormwater Superheroes Awards for industrial sites, and we awarded the champion stormwater superhero to Tunawash, and I recommend you all go and visit Tunawash, and the other award to Ready Mix Concrete. So it was great to see their practices on the industrial sites. We also, the Otakaikino Stormwater Management Plan consultation, we were a part of that. Thank you to the council coming with us for that. And also a huge thank you to the council for your joint support for the Enviro Hub and enabling the Stormwater Superhero trailer to go to events. And this here shows you the Stormwater Superhero trailer at a community event, and it's just a key part of those events and really engaging. It's a wonderful way to tell the story and to raise awareness. The proposed Addington Brook restoration, this Zone Committee strongly supports that proposed master plan, and if I'm correct in my understanding that you have approved stage 1 of that plan, so thank you, that's great. And just to really reinforce the significance as the Addington Brook feeds into the Otakaro Avon River, And it's a really key opportunity for building public awareness, engagement and knowledge around urban waterways and the issues facing them and the things that we can do to improve those waterways. And in saying that, I'd really just like to stress that, as you can see, the stage 1 is in South Hagley Park, but the whole upper catchment is an industrial catchment, and really want to stress that the council increases compliance, monitoring and enforcement in this area, and that the ongoing work for installing the stormwater treatment system to improve the health of our waterways feeding into the Avinota as well. Another key area of our work has been around advocacy regarding copper and zinc to central government. So that's a key priority for the zone, to reducing these urban contaminants. You can see from cars, from brake pads and tyres, and all from industrial roofs. And thank you to the City Council with ECAN, with the joint advocacy to central government to get some action in this area. And we're heartened with the correspondence that's gone on in that area. And we look forward to, I think there's a potential meeting with MFE in 2023. So we look forward to being a part of that and some action in that area at that level. Erosion and sediment control, of course, is a key priority, as Gina has highlighted also in the Banks Peninsula Zone Committee. And we had a presentation from the City Council ECAN around the global stormwater consent, and this really outlined our existing processes for dealing with erosion and sediment control, and also understand that you took on extra staff, so thank you for that. But I really want to reinforce that this is a key focus, and we need ongoing focus and commitment to erosion and sediment control, and Mike is going to present on this at the end of the talk. Supporting community groups, this is one of our key functions, and as Gina also alluded to, the budget, which we hope to increase next year as well to 100,000, is a key way of supporting community initiatives, so it's been makes a huge impact. And then we've also gained feedback from especially the Opawa Heathcote Springs project, which we funded last year, and actually to initiate a great project and to take it to the next stage was great. And also providing ongoing support for the Community Waterways Partnership. There's huge potential in this area, and we need, thank you for your support in that area, and we look forward to the ongoing support in that as well. The development of the Healthy Waterways Action Plan, I'd just really like to emphasise that the Zone Committee really supports this and sees this as a key initiative for improving the health of our urban waterways. We are seeking a collaborative partnership for community and political support for the development and implementation of this plan. It's going to be a key driver for understanding where our health of our waterways are, the actions that we need to take, and how we're going to get there. And that Belinda Margetts is driving that within the council. Groundwater in the zone, we retain a key interest in groundwater, and we had a presentation from Dr. Helen Rutter and Andrew Raj, and really our interest lies around the issues of public drinking water with nitrates in the water, and also the relationship of groundwater and the impact of it to our spring-fed rivers, so we can't stop taking our eyes off the ball there. And this slide shows the movement from Helen's talk, the movement of the groundwater which is coming into Christchurch and our spring-fed rivers, which is largely coming from the Waimakariri River. And lastly, I'd just really like to acknowledge our past committee members. A huge thank you to Les Waholan, Kevin Brown, Sophie McInnes, Emma Norrish and Phil Clearwater, and council representatives, and all the work they've done. And Liz Riley, who Gina acknowledged as well, who's been a long-standing member of our committee and hearings advisor process. But also a welcome to our new members, Claire Piper and Kaylin Richardson Hall, and your own Tyler Harrison Hunt as the Taumutu Runanga representative, and Luke Smelly as a committee and hearings advisor. And we're also really looking forward to working with the new members from the City Council and ECAN and the Selwyn District Council. I'm now going to hand over to Mike. I can control this, Mike, if you like. Or, okay, for the next part of the talk.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time to take an interest in this topic. As Annabella said, the Zone Committee has a strong interest to influence better outcomes in erosion, sediment control and stormwater management towards our healthier waterways. The problem as we see it as a committee is that there's mass loads of sediment and other contaminants those sediments are carrying, discharging off urban and rural landscapes on highly erodible slopes into the estuary and into the Opawaho waterways. The result of that effectively is that the Opawaho Heathcote catchment has the poorest water quality of all the 5 catchments in Christchurch, primarily driven by the sediment loads and the contaminants that they carry. I want to show you, take you on a short story of the problems that are being encountered through urban developments. In this case, the Redcliffe Ratepayers Association contacted us and we had a discussion with Council and ECAN about the problems being generated by such developments on highly erodible steep slopes. Residents Association spent 2 years complaining about persistent storm-related sediment discharges and flooding in their street coming off that urban development, leaving a lot of sediment on the road and in the gutters and in the drains. Fairly evident there was quite a serious problem of lack of stormwater control and serious erosion on that erodible hill development. The ultimate problem really is that that's heavy sediment loads are discharging in large amounts into the estuary, forming large sediment plumes within the estuary and then out to sea. The issue of sediment erosion control is not confined to urban developments. Obviously the Port Hills with its loose soils is highly erodible and very sensitive to a range of different types of erosion. The erosion is such into the Opawaho is coming from 7 sub-catchments from the top of the Port Hills through rural landscapes, forestry and urban developments, contributing significant amounts of sediment and other contaminants into the Opawaho. That erosion comes in various forms on that rural landscape. We've got sheet erosion, gully erosion, tunnel erosion, stream bank erosion and mass slipping. A serious problem and multidimensional. Consequently, the Zone Committee has recommended recently to the both ECAN and the City Council that an independent audit of the environmental effectiveness of the regulatory instruments, the arrangements and the capacity building that apply to erosion, sediment control and contaminated stormwater management is conducted, and that includes a close look at how the comprehensive stormwater network discharge consent applies between the two organisations. And we are hopeful that if that was undertaken, that the audit outcomes could be used to improve those regulatory frameworks, instruments and the protocols between the two organisations for better environmental outcomes. I do understand, before I move on to this slide, that the Council in the new year will be considering that recommendation, and so we look forward to a constructive outcome from that deliberation. The committee is also aware that these issues with urban developments on steep slopes are a national agenda item, and there's an opportunity with the MRA reforms through the proposed Built Environment Act. This at the select committee stage at the moment. So the Zone Committee requests that the City Council strongly advocate for tighter planning and regulatory policies for high-risk developments on highly erodible hill slopes, such as the Port Hills. And finally, the Zone Committee considers that there's much better opportunities to collaborate more closely and constructively with the City Council. And we're particularly interested in collaborating on the Southwest Port Hills and Littleton Harbour erosion and sediment control project that's embedded in your long-term plan with a significant investment of $9 million, and we commend Council on that initiative. The challenge in that program over the years to come will be to determine the most cost-effective investments to reduce sediment and erosion in those erodible landscapes. And to that end, we again suggest that improving our environmental effectiveness of our erosion and sediment control planning and regulation, compliance monitoring, enforcement programs is key to tackling the source of many of those loads in urban developments. And further, the Zone Committee would like to open up a discussion with the Council, and particularly the project team, about how we can improve our collaboration between the Zone Committees and that project team through the years to come. Our Zone Committee has in fact set up a subcommittee called the Cashmere Stream and Port Hills Working Group, and we'd like to be able to, through that vehicle, better engage Council on the delivery of that program. So So I thank you for taking the time and interest to listen to our presentation. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank you very much for those updates. It's very clear. And one of the things that, and you don't have to hang around, but we've got a Better Off funding coming up in about an hour or so's time. And in there is a rather healthy amount of money for planting on the Port Hills and other places. Of course, it's not an open slather, but there is some money there that reasonably a good chunk of dough that can be used for what you're talking about with the sediment control. So it's good to see the work that you're doing. Fantastic, Pauline.
I think just quickly, that was fantastic. I don't know if we've got your one on the hub. It'd be good to have that presentation. Was collaborating with us, that would be through maybe the Community Waterways Partnership that we're all in?
Possibly, that's a vehicle. That's still a forming vehicle in my view. It's a broad membership,
yeah,
and we still don't have a cohesive mechanism to work within that partnership. So it's a developing good model. My proposition, I suppose, is that we've got two zone committees, Banks Peninsula and Christchurch, that could work more constructively with your project team delivering that that erosion sediment control program.
And do you know if the Urban Waterways Committee that ECAN set up last term is going to continue?
I couldn't.
Were you on that, Annabelle?
No, sorry, I don't know. Shelley, have you got any idea?
Because that's another good way, because we've got a representation on that as well. We had, and so in the Clive Appleton's on that as well, and he's a good link into council.
Yes.
But I guess a good way to work with council is through the our representatives on those zone committees that are councillors.
Yes.
And maybe we just need to have some kind of like collaborative working, workshops or something like that now and then.
And I see the working group as as a key mechanism for pulling those people together as well. That's been established.
Thank you, Pauline. Now we are running out of time. We've got Yanni and then Sarah.
So I just wanted to understand, and thank you for the work that you're doing. For those of us who have been around a few terms, it's kind of frustrating that we just kind of hear this repeated concern around sediment and erosion, and we still don't seem to be making good progress on addressing it. So I really appreciate the resolutions that you've put. My question was, why do we need to wait till the new year to pass a resolution to do what I thought was a very sensible piece of work, which is that independent review into the adequacy of the district planning and regulatory conditions?
So
could we not just pass a resolution today and get that work started?
Because you will need the staff advice, councillor, which is what your colleague is also indicating. So
Yes.
it's not very long to the new year.
Yeah.
And staff advice will come alongside the recommendation.
It's just that we're doing our district work program, I think, next week. So is that going to be, are we going to have an opportunity to discuss it then?
She's not there, so I was looking for Jane. I've had a note passed to me very specifically that says the staff advice will be coming in the new year.
Right.
And that is literally, what we're on the 7th of December today.
And I guess that's kind of the concern that's been raised with the zone reports to council, is that we just receive information, but we never seem to be able to make decisions. So, but anyway, I appreciate the work.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to quickly just commend you on the workshop you held with the Adventure Park, just to highlight that I really appreciate the proactive nature in which you're working with key strategic people on difficult issues to try and find solutions. So thank you for the work that you've done on that.
Sarah.
Thank you.
Just quickly, Gina, you mentioned that you'd sent through the funding priorities for the next year. Has that been sent through already, or is it being sent?
Will be sent soon, yes.
Okay, no, that's great. And can we just make sure that gets presented to councillors as part of the annual plan process? Thanks.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much. Look forward to the next one when you come and see us. Okie dokie. So now we will rip on to item number 19, which is the Council Strategic Review of Christchurch City Holdings.
Oh yes, have you moved and seconded and
last item? Sorry, Sam, I've shot off there. Thank you, Pauline, Sarah, Mel. That's. I'd like to put that motion. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. So now we've got Alex and Paul here. Leah's going to talk to us first. Alex and Paul, and from Northingtons we've got Mark, Jonathan, and Greg. So far away, Leah.
Good morning, councillors. I just wanted to start before I ask the Northington team to come down and just go over their executive summary from their report, just to give a bit of a background about why we're here today. So on the 9th of December 2021, ironically, almost a year ago today, I sat in this council chamber and requested the councillors to ask CCHL to undertake a strategic review as part of their letter of expectations. At that time, we asked CCHL to consider the role of CCHL and asked them to reflect after nearly 30 years whether its original core purpose remains relevant and whether it could be enhanced to provide more support to the city. They were asked to consider this in light of the current environment, our city's experiences over the last 10 years, and the future national and global challenges we are all facing. Bit of history. Christchurch City Holdings was set up in 1993 to hold the commercial assets of the council and to provide a non-political buffer between council and its commercial entities. Commencing with South Power, which is now Orion, in 1993, over the next 3 years, the shares of the airport, the port, and Christchurch Transport were transferred via a combination of equity and debt into the holding structure. It wasn't until 2002 that CityCare was transferred, and then the creation of the Christchurch City Networks, now Enable, commenced in 2007. Over that time, CCHL has paid over $1.9 billion of dividends or capital returns to the city and shown an increase in total assets of the group to over $5.2 billion. So why are we doing a review? Because our landscape has changed, and the next 30 years will not be like the past 30. That we can be sure of. We need to ensure we have learned from what the last 12 years has taught the city and prepare the future for what we need and what our children deserve. The Northern Report has challenged us all. It has challenged the council by asking if our rates increases going forward are sustainable. And it has asked us to question, why do we own these assets? Is it for security and control, for income generation, to increase asset value, or other non-financial benefits? It has challenged CCHL on whether it has achieved its role in monitoring and driving performance of our entities. And it has challenged whether the performance of our entities compares favourably with their sector peers. The Northington Report has challenged us all to learn from the past to inform our future. The 6 trading assets of CCHL are listed in our LTP as strategic assets. The definition of strategic assets is as follows. Strategic asset in relation to the assets held by a local authority means an asset or group of assets that the local authority needs to retain if the local authority is to maintain the local authority's capacity to achieve or promote any outcome that the local authority determines to be important to the current or future well-being of the community. The reason why any decision to remove any asset from the strategic asset list is required as part of an LTP is because that decision needs to be informed as part of our long-term thinking. It should not be a knee-jerk reaction to current circumstances, but a considered decision that needs to be well-informed and seek public guidance. The Northern Report has recommended that work is done to allow this council and our public to have the information it needs to make an informed decision as part of the 24 to 34 LTP considerations. Without the work being done to consider what our value strategy is for owning these assets and providing detailed options of what the possible opportunities and risks are from a rebalanced or a reduced portfolio, we will not have the information to make an informed decision to consider whether these assets are important to the current and future well-being of the community. The Northington Review has done exactly what a strategic review should do. It has asked the tough questions. It has challenged the status quo, and it has considered what the future looks like for our city. The Northington Review has provided recommendations to consider, but it doesn't give us the answers because we need to do some work first. This decision today is not about asset sales. This decision today is not about a knee-jerk reaction to our current economic environment. This decision today is about challenging ourselves to consider the needs of our community now and in the next 30 years. And on that note, I'm going to ask the Northington team to come up. And then if we get Northington to go through theirs, and then we can ask questions, and then we'll go on to the recommendations, if that's okay. You guys sit there.
Mayor, councillors, thanks for having us here again to present our report. We know the report's well read, so we intend today just to move reasonably quickly through the executive summary, and then happy to answer any questions that you might have. So we've worked for 3 months very closely with Council and CCHL on this review. It's a broad-based review of a range of aspects in relation to CCHL and its performance. We've looked at strategy and scope, we've looked at financial performance, and we've looked at structure and governance. The review is best framed as asking and answering 2 key questions. How is CCHL working at the moment? And more broadly, how could and should it be working in the future to best serve the city? As part of the review, we've consulted very widely. We've engaged with councillors and executive at CCHL and council level. We've talked to the CCTO subsidiary businesses, and also some external stakeholders as well. On the left-hand side of this slide, we just set out what's actually in CCHL. I think we're all very aware of that. It's a high-quality portfolio of infrastructure assets, significant equity value, about 3.3 billion at the moment. On the right-hand side, of this slide here, we just put some context, which is really important for this review. And this highlights the council's fiscal position is changing. We've got an extended period of very high rates growth and increasing debt levels, and a fairly steep increase in forecast rates as well. We've closely reviewed the performance of CCHL and the operating subsidiaries here. I think it's best summarised that the performance of the assets has been pretty good. There are some exceptions in the portfolio, notably Littleton Port Company. These are historical issues, and City Care as well. Action has now been taken to improve the performance of those particular businesses. The performance of CCHL is best described as a holdco structure. It is an asset holder providing a monitoring and compliance function, and without being too harsh, has done little to sort of improve value on a portfolio basis by actively managing. That reflects, we think, what CCHL thinks it's meant to be doing, which is really just holding assets. We've also looked at a number of aspects of operational performance of CCHL. As Leo pointed out, it provides a very critical political buffer between the council and the trading assets. In our interviews and discussions with all of the stakeholders that we've consulted with, that is universally valued, and we believe that's a very important feature of the structure as well. It has been widely noted that the engagement between CCHL and the subsidiaries and council has not been as good as it could be, and we think there are some actions that need to be taken to improve that engagement and transparency. to help frame some of the options that we've considered in the resetting of CCHL, we've gone back to basics to ask some existential questions which really relate to council's ownership of these assets. Why does council own these commercial assets? We believe the response to that question falls into one of four categories which we've set out here. Security and control of key infrastructure assets, the delivery of income and value to the city, and then on the far right there, supporting non-financial objectives of the council. We've then tested each of these reasons to try and determine whether this rationale is well supported and fit for purpose in this current structure. If we just start on the right, the expectation that these commercial entities deliver non-financial value and objectives to the community. They do, but they do inside any normal commercial operating environment that we would expect to see in competitor style businesses. So each of those businesses does pursue ESG and corporate social responsibility initiatives, but we see that broadly across the market now, regardless of ownership structure. Moving back to to number one there, just in relation to the security and control of assets, I think that's the key findings there for these particular types of assets in this portfolio is that you don't need to own 100% of these regulated, most of the portfolio regulated assets to maintain a good level of control of the assets. And then probably the two most important facets here, generating income for the council and building value. The portfolio has generated a consistent stream of dividends, but it's a reasonably low yield on the portfolio. It's less than 2% on total asset value. If generating income was the key objective of this portfolio, it's not optimised to deliver on that objective. And then coming to the building of value, it's a great goal, but the related question is, who will benefit from that value? And as we've moved through the review, this has become one of the most significant aspects, and it really relates to the question to council around a value strategy. How does it plan to access that value through time, and who will benefit? Is it ratepayers in the next 5 or 10 years, or is it in a longer term than that, out 10 or 20 or 30 years? There's not a clear, deliberate strategy around the building and using of that value, and that's a central theme in this review. We've looked at a range of options in terms of repositioning the CCHL portfolio, and they fall along a spectrum. On the left-hand side here is retain the status quo, which is a static portfolio of assets. There are, as we'll get to, some operational benefits which we think can be effected inside the structure to improve governance, some level of performance, and certainly stakeholder engagement. Rebalance is, we've done some analysis to look at the options to recycle capital inside the portfolio. That is essentially taking capital, introducing co-investors into some of these assets and deploying that capital into other assets that might generate higher income and higher value through time. The reduced scenario is the same accessing of capital, but instead of redeploying that inside the portfolio, some or all of that released capital could be sent back to council to reduce debt and or be redeployed elsewhere. And then on the far right is the counterfactual to owning assets, which is effectively to realise or sell the whole portfolio. We're not advocating that, but it is a useful exercise to to observe what that might look like at a financial level, certainly. Our recommended approach at this stage to management of the CCHL portfolio is that Council considers a hybrid approach, which is effectively a combination of the rebalance and the reduce. So it would involve the introduction of strategic co-investors. It would release some capital. Some would be reinvested in CCHL and some would be sent back to Council. The immediate question is, well, how do you determine the balance between those two paths? And two things need to happen to really inform that. The first is the value strategy. We think the Council needs to do a piece of work to determine in the long term, and this is within the next LTP, but also an extended period, what it's really trying to get in terms of ultimate capital structure, what's an acceptable debt profile, and what's an acceptable rates path. Once it has the answer to those questions, it's then in a position to inform what the CCHL portfolio really needs to look like to deliver on those objectives. So in parallel, we would recommend that CCHL, working closely with Council, embarks on some scoping studies of the subsidiaries to determine what the real opportunities at the subsidiary level are for the introduction of co-investors and optimising the performance of those assets. At the same time, also considering how it might redeploy released capital into other investments. So the core output from these two connected processes should be a range of explicit and market-tested options for introducing co-investment into the current CCHL assets and redeploying the released capital. Regardless of the actual model that's in portfolio that's ultimately pursued, there are a range of operational improvements at the CCHL level and at Council level that would improve the relationship. We think we've talked about some of those already and they roll into the value strategy. But the other notable ones on this list of recommendations that under setting and balancing objectives, that the Council introduces a much more comprehensive statement of expectation process, which is done every 3 years and rolls in and aligns with Council's 10-year LTP. And that statement of expectations should be very explicit in terms of what Council expects CCHL to deliver. So that's financial and non-financial initiatives and objectives. In relation to governance, we would suggest reducing the number of councillor directors from 4 to 2 in order to enhance the collective board capability, but still maintaining those highly valued links between Council and CCHL. We think 2 is sufficient to do that. But it also opens up the opportunity to really enhance the capability of the board. And then the last one here, we think that CCHL really needs to, this is under communication and engagement, really needs to commit to a higher level engagement with the executive, between the executive, the board and the council to enhance transparency, communication and trust. This is very related to the reduction in the suggested reduction in the number of councillor directors. We think those links and the visibility, the perception of reducing the number of councillor directors might throw that into question. We think processes of bringing CCTOs in front of the council on a regular basis, maybe every 6 months, to perform those sort of operational briefings would go a long way to improving that transparency and visibility for council. So that's the potted summary of the exec sum. We're happy to take any questions.
Right, so thank you, Mel. Vic, were you asking a question, or is it an old piece of paper I've got here? So Tyler first, please, then Melanie.
Thank you for all of your work that you've done on this. I've just got a question in regards to making the decision today instead of making decisions on recommending this report in January. Will you be working over the Christmas break if we made a decision today?
The intention is not to be. No, and I don't think the decision today has any impact directly on us. We're not engaged or otherwise in terms of further work.
I just want to clarify that though, because what the recommendation today is not asking Northingtons to do any further work.
Okay.
The recommendation is asking CCHL council to undertake some work, but also CCHL to undertake the work. So it's not asking Northingtons to do more.
So would it be annoying of me to recommend that we move it to January, Leah? So the next meetings?
The concern I have with that is that, and the reason why this is here now, while we are coming through to the council now, is because we need to very quickly if this goes through today, we need to get the board in place to actually start doing this work. There's a if it needs, because we need this to feed into our long-term plan decision making and consideration, and we need to also go through a process as in line with your appointments process to appoint those directors in place. That is going to take time, as well as your councillor directors, and then they need to get up and get into this work. This is a substantial amount of work. If we don't have a decision before end of January, when the next council meeting is, then you're delaying it. We've just lost another month. That's my concern. We're working on the basis that the panel will be in place, and the interview, especially for council directors, will be done in January. Okay.
And in terms of the value strategy, what's the timeline on that you'd think would be implementing that in line with this piece of work?
So we need to. So that's a substantial bit of work that we need to do is around this table, and so we will work to actually getting a timeline for that in the next. In January, we'll start working, putting something in the diaries to actually work through that workshop with you guys.
Okay, that's fine.
So it can go on a line with the director's appointments.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got 4 questions. First one is, it talks about the geographic concentration in the report and the risks around that. Can you explain if that was a disadvantage sort of as we went through and recovered from the earthquakes? Because I would have thought that that's sort of a prime example of where the risk might be apparent.
Yeah, I guess it was borne out through the earthquake and the recovery process for the earthquake in terms of each of those subsidiary companies had a number of challenges which it needed to deal with, which had an immediate impact on performance and its ability to support the council through that process. Again, we go back to if we were starting to build this portfolio from scratch and we're looking at all the criteria that we're trying to meet, one of them would be geographic diversity, such that we're not exposed to a significant event in the same place.
Mm-hmm. And you talked at one stage, we've got highly regulated companies and companies that are unregulated and mixes in between. And it seems, and you sort of talk about how regulated companies were kept at the amount of profit and dividends that we can get, and then the unregulated companies are much more free to make the most of opportunities. But it looks like the most unregulated companies that we have currently are most poorly performing. So why is that what we've been seeing to date?
There are some issues with, I guess, the unregulated businesses in here. City Care had some legacy issues.
Littleton was the other one.
Yeah, Littleton Port obviously has got some structural issues in the performance there that limit what it can deliver in terms of financial performance. If you compare the structure of Littleton Port in particular to some of its peers that have different operating structures, Port of Tauranga is a listed example with good visibility. There are marked differences in the way that they can actually deliver performance.
And if I can just add to that, so that's one of the key points that we got to, that active management would allow the owner, the shareholder, to move in and out of those assets. Yes, those unregulated assets are exposed to a greater risk profile and should provide a greater return, but without the ability to actively manage those, which we believe has been CCHL's mandate, then you are effectively stuck with them.
I was just wondering if you could, I've explained the hybrid approach. Like, it's obviously like a mixture of but can it be one way or the other? Or is it always a mix? That's how it appears.
The relative weighting between the two is going to be informed by the further work that needs to be done. What does the council actually need for this portfolio to deliver so that it can meet its long-term objectives? And once that question has been answered, then the relative mix between rebalance and reduce will be determined.
Right. And I was just wondering, do you know if there are any investors that are currently interested in putting any finances towards our CCOs?
I think there would be significant and very keen interest in some of the assets. Thank you. Tim, on screen there, please, mate.
Thank you. A couple of my questions have been asked. So I've only got a couple, which seem pretty kind of simple. But on with our on our recommendations 3F.1, it says that the CEOs should be coming to the council every 6 months, which is absolutely right. But I think that should we include the chairs of the board? So if we're talking about communication and understanding, we want that both with the board and with the senior management team. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think the intention would be that the engagement with the companies is at both the board and senior exec level. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, I mentioned it the other day, and it seems a small thing, but because they are owned by the people of Christchurch, with the AGMs, there seems to be, there's a distance between the owners, which are the ratepayers of Christchurch, and these companies, irrelevant of sell downs or diversification, etc. What are your thoughts with regards to these companies being more open with regards to the ownership or owners and having the AGMs live streamed in say council function room, which is open to the public?
Yeah, Tim, we think that's a good idea. Obviously, some matters maybe need to be excluded, but there's no reason that those briefings can't be structured in a way to open the level of transparency to everybody.
Thank you. And finally, the third one, and I've mentioned this before, that I see no point if we were to diverse, then it would be, my thing is to strategic partners, as you've kind of mentioned before, rather than just say a capital fund or whatever it is, because they don't add value. They just kind of clip the ticket, if you like, because they want a good firm asset that they can invest in. But if we're going to do something, we actually want to increase our portfolio and our return to the ratepayers. Your thoughts?
Absolutely, and that would be the intention of the scoping studies, is to really evaluate the options for introducing strategic co-investors that can bring value to the subsidiaries and the operating businesses that doesn't exist at the moment.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. And Phil, I'd like to kind of throw that into the recommendations later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Sarah and then Celeste.
Thanks so much. Just a query around the comments that Gary was making and the offer that he made. And I'm wondering, rather than stopping this process to talk to the gentleman concerned and then make decisions, whether it would be useful to just simply request that council get a briefing and that maybe CCHL meet with them or something like that.
Well, ultimately, that's council's choice. I mean, we have consulted widely, including the gentleman named, and so that's all incorporated into our view of the situation. I'm not suggesting that the history lesson isn't useful, but we're more focused on the looking forward and what do we do from here.
Yeah. It's probably more for Leah because I know there's a bit of, you know.
So we could incorporate that because we're going to need to do some workshops in regards to the value strategy. We could incorporate bringing that into it because it will be good especially for the new councillors to have some of that history. So I'm happy to suggest that.
But you don't think that any of the previous history stuff would impact just the request to do the further work?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Celeste?
This is probably a question for Leah. Can you just remind me, just following on from the deputation this morning, the process for appointing Northingtons and also the terms of reference? How were they set? And can we get a copy of them?
Terms of reference are attached to your report. So that went public on Monday, and also it has been released a couple of times to media requests over the last month, so they have been public, terms of reference. In regards to the long involved process that has happened, back, as I said earlier, in December last year, we asked CCHL to undertake this review. They initiated a process by sending out a request for proposals out to the market, and they had responses to that. As we know, in the last year, there has been a number of changes in personnel at CCHL, and because the initial report was supposed to be completed by April, and we were asked to extend that, which we did to July, and then we were till this timing, and then we were asked again to extend it again when the troubles happened, and we determined and came back to council to say that we do not believe that we cannot wait till March, April next year, which is when we were asked. And that was the decision that we came back to council with, to undertake it ourselves. In regards to the process, we took the request for the proposals that Christchurch City Holdings had already received to speed up the process, and actually interviewed those people and appointed Northingtons as part of that process. So it was a market process, but because we were up against the time, we didn't go back to market. We used the people that had responded the first time. So that's how they were appointed.
Aaron?
Yeah, a couple of questions just to clarify, and it's a bit of a follow-on from Sarah's point, is firstly, what would be the harm in us having the history lesson, the briefing from the godfathers of CCHL?
Nothing, that's what I said.
So it'd be nothing?
No,
in that?
So they can be part of that value strategy.
So then the question would be, why would Gary ask us to just receive this and not make the decision prior to having that briefing?
Because picking up on listening to Gary's thing, he also thought you were making a decision today to go ahead with this, because he also made the comment about that that this should be discussed as part of a LTP. So I'm not too sure if he was quite clear about what we were actually asking for today.
Right.
And as we've made it clear in the recommendations, is we're actually asking for us to go and do some more work. One of those things will be the value strategy, which, as I've said, we can include the three gentlemen that he mentioned to be part of that initial thing to give you the history lesson. So there's nothing today, a decision today, that will stop us being able to do that.
Okay, and have you had any communication about when that history lesson might be?
Once we have had if we have a decision to proceed today, I will very quickly get a timeline into your wonderful diaries for early next year to actually start those workshops, because there is a bit of work that we need to do in parallel to that, we will be working through and next week I'll bring to the council recommendation for a panel in regards to start the director's appointments process. Noting you will all have to approve any recommended appointments so they can run in parallel.
Right, okay, yeah, because it would be good to not get that history lesson halfway or 2/3 of the way
Nope.
through.
Well, we'll make sure it's on the first session for you.
Yeah, great. Excellent.
Pauline.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the director appointments process is just one resolution in here. So it's not caught up with the whole thing, so that could be voted on separately or not.
If you choose to
Yeah,
vote
that's
on them
right.
separately, you can do that.
And then I have a question too, Leah, is 3B. Just wondering if you could just explain that to me a little bit more. Modify the statement of expectations process to be a more comprehensive 3-year process based on a 10-year planning horizon, which becomes part of the LTP process. Does that mean that we would only issue a letter of expectation every 3 years?
Yeah, yes, that would be the intention, and it would be a much more comprehensive document and set of expectations than currently exists. That's not to say that clearly in the interim some things change, and for unexpected or extraordinary issues, there would need to be a process to fold those changes into the standing expectations.
And we just to clarify on that, we have you can always do if there is things that crop up in that period, you can actually do a letter, right, to say, look, there's a couple of things that we want you to really focus on at the moment.
Yeah.
The reason and the logic behind where the Northerners have got in regards to using the statement of expectations in line with a 3-year process is because that way it will align to your strategic outcomes that you are actually setting. And it brings that, but then you can also put more targeted measures and requests into it.
Yep.
And in the report, I think there were some examples that they said.
So currently we've been issuing them every year.
Currently we've been, last year we issued a enduring statement of expectations, which was talking more about the relationships and things like that, no surprises, and a lot of those key things that we sent out to all our CCOs. And we have been doing a letter of expectations. But the comments from the Northington team in the report was that it tends to be more focused, real annual, real granular, whereas actually it should be more some strategic and more targeted, which is why it should be aligned to your outcomes.
Yeah, and so that's part of the recommendations in the report that we do a lot more work on that. And so the returning statement of intent, is that only once every 3 years as well?
The statement of intent is issued every year.
Every year, that's okay.
Yeah, but it is for a 3-year period.
Thank you.
Tyrone.
Thanks, Phil. Not so much a question, but just to you, I think that what we're talking about has got such big implications for our city, and our people want us to make good decisions on their behalf and not rush things, and I feel like it's being a bit rushed. So I would like to propose or move that the item being discussed, item 19, should lie on the table until such a time and not be discussed any further until such a time as the council's got the opportunity to meet with David Stock and Bruce Irvine, but not limited to them, and others, just to be able to clarify and understand a bit better the decision that we're making with the proper historical context.
Tyrone, could we put the director piece first?
Leah, the process can carry on and we can still take into account what Gary was suggesting if we wanted to.
Yeah, that was what when Councillor Kewan asked before. The point of the decision today is actually...
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry?
We are in questions, aren't we? I asked you a question, but Tyrone's one wasn't a question, so carry on.
So am I allowed to answer?
Yeah, far away. I asked you a question.
Oh, okay. So just in response to Councillor Kewan's question before, getting the Bruce Irvine and David and Gary in to talk about some of that history does not need to wait till you make this decision today, because it will feed into your value strategy. Remember, the decision today is just saying we want to actually go ahead and do more information and set it up so that we can actually do this work, putting it on the table and not making a decision today, it will actually hold up the ultimate process, which will mean when you actually have the information, once you've done your work, which can be informed by that, then you won't have the time to actually consider it effectively.
I mean, the main part of what I was saying earlier is that I feel like the process has been too rushed. Like, we're getting information with very little time to respond to it, and I think that we need more time to consider it. Hence, why I would move that we let it lie on the table, so that until such a time as we can do all the things that we want to.
Need to take the rest of the questions from the floor.
Yeah, we'll just finish doing the questions, and the next one is from Sarah.
Thanks.
Liani.
A couple of follow-ups. Would you recommend appointing directors to CCHL before we know what the direction of travel is and the work? So, if the move is to let this lie on the table, then would you recommend appointing directors, or would you recommend that we waited until after?
So if the no decision is made today, as per the recommendations, I don't know if you could appoint. There's no point appointing directors.
And so then we would have no councillor directors on CCHL for some period of time until...
Well, you can appoint councillor directors if you choose.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to, when you're appointing any directors, to actually go, well, what are you actually wanting them to do? The point of this is to go appoint the directors or go to the market and including the councillor directors to actually get the skill sets that you need to actually undertake this work.
Yeah.
Point of order. Do we have a procedural motion on the table or not? Like, this is looking, maybe we could get Helen's advice.
We're just getting
Right
advice.
because it just seems like
doing
the
it right now.
conversation's running
Yeah,
and we're
so-
supposed to be.
It is a procedural motion. I'd also like to make sure that we have really clear staff advice on the implications of going with that
Hence
motion.
why the members getting their questions out, so at least you can hear the questions, and then before we deal with anything else, we'll be able to advise on Tyrone's point.
I'm just wondering if that's proper.
That's
I'm
what
failing
just
to see how the director...
The next
No,
question.
there's a procedure on the table.
The next question is Yanni.
Thanks. Thank you. It was really a question around the report. And I guess I was just concerned that we don't seem to have much assessment of the risk around. You talk about in the report. It talks about the ESG, companies doing more of that, and no evidence. In fact, evidence that private companies probably are doing it more than public companies. I think there's a reference to a research report. But in the example that we've had in Christchurch, where Hutchison Port Holdings was looking to have an operating model of our port, which is one of the options that you've also identified. There's no sort of risk assessment around industrial relations, and I just wondered, given the sort of extreme examples where we've seen in Australia, workers being sacked with a day's notice via text message. We've seen things like 0-hour contracts. We've seen a whole bunch of quite poor treatment of workers. Why there's not more of a kind of analysis of that impact on us? And I know that we've had historic industrial relations issues at our port, but over recent history, it seems to have been pretty good.
We're definitely not suggesting that shouldn't be addressed, but I guess the question is, in terms of order of operations, that's part of the scope of the scoping studies from the subsidiary companies. What are their options? What are those key issues that need to be addressed and dealt with through that process, so that council can make an informed decision as to the way forward. So that was never part of the scope of our report, but it's definitely something that needs to be covered off in the next stage.
Like, is there, in terms of the bigger picture though, in terms of the risk assessment or the analysis of the ESGs, where did labour disputes industrial relations feature?
Again, that would be part of the scope of the next step. It was never part of the scope of this report.
Right, okay. And then just the other question, because you've sort of made reference to us comparatively with other councils around New Zealand in terms of things like the rates impact. Have you done a benchmark, if we didn't have the earthquake, what our position would look like in terms of how we would compare?
No, we haven't, and obviously that's a counterfactual which is fairly difficult to deal with. The fact is that the earthquake happened. We can't normalise or rationalise that away, and that is part of the history and the background to CCHL and CCC. But in terms of trying to normalise that out of an analysis, that would be a counterfactual, which would be speculative at best.
Right. But we would have had, like, I mean, I don't know if staff have looked at that, but we would have had 10-year budgets. We would have had, you know, pre-earthquake an analysis, the kind of expectation of what we were spending versus the kind of additional costs.
Yeah, and to be fair, council had no debt in 2009 either. So you know, it's I think the point is it's like, yes, you can go back and do some analysis, but it's sort of a bit irrelevant because we have had the earthquakes and it has happened. So it's what's the outcome you're actually trying to understand?
I guess the concern I have with the report is it seems to paint a picture of CCHL underperforming, but we've had a massive earthquake and had huge additional costs. And I guess some of the other people who have raised it and the deputation raised it is if we hadn't had CCHL and we hadn't had the good performance that they were bringing to us, then the situation that we would be in would be far worse. And we don't really have any sense of that in here around the benefit that we had because of the public ownership of CCHL and the way that we had it with the impact of the earthquake. So that's what I was just trying to understand.
Once he's finished questions, then.
I think the first point in terms of our assessment of CCHL performance being poor, I don't think we say that at all. We think that CCHL has performed reasonably well, and with some exceptions, the subsidiary companies have performed well as well. So it's not as a result of poor performance that we've then determined that the strategy should change. It's in the context of the overall council position and CCHL position.
Thank you. Melanie?
Two questions. First one, though, is just with this motion of Tyrone's. Should we be waiting for the advice before we carry on?
You ready, Helen?
And then I have another question that's actually related.
So in terms of the procedural motion which the councillor raised, reference to Standing Order 20.2, which talks about closing or adjourning a debate, that at E, that the item being discussed should lie on the table and not be further discussed at the meeting. My interpretation of that is we are not currently in debate. We're still in the question part of the meeting. And my view would be that once the report has been moved and seconded, which it's not currently being moved and seconded, is that that would be the point that a procedural motion under that section would apply.
Thank you.
A quick question for the help. So the help of the group going forward, would we not be better in future to table something and then ask questions as opposed to what we do, which in my view is quite poor, where we ask lots of questions before anything's tabled and can lead to this situation? It would make it a lot clearer.
If we get the substantive on the table properly, like under a normal system, and then you can put the other one forward if you get a seconder, which I'm supposing you will.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, Jay, I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
Would we not be better to, before we open items up for discussion, move them and second them so that they're on the table and then questions could be asked? Or
That's one way of doing it, yes.
Yeah, I've got one. Melanie's got one more question.
My question is, so for those resolutions in number 2, so there's developing a value strategy, right? Doesn't, to me, it makes sense that we would work out a clear value strategy, and then once we know what that is, if we haven't even discussed it, we would then look at what type of portfolio and the way of managing it would something that would flow out of that, rather than today deciding what type of, I mean, I know we're looking into the details and getting the information, but we're kind of, this is already going a step along the way, making a decision partway down how we might approach the whole CCHL companies when we haven't even worked out a value strategy. And to me, that just seems like that would be something that would fall out of it in a few months' time, or however long it takes to actually do that work.
No, I mean, what you're actually asking today is for the work to be done so you can consider that. So you need to do the value strategy as part of that. But in regards to, so let's go through. So this gets passed today, we set it up, you do your value strategy work, you inform CCHL of that, they've got their new direct board in place, they go and do the work, and they bring it back to you with a lot of options. At that point, you can go, actually, we like status quo. Right? This doesn't eliminate anything. All this is doing, the only thing this is essentially eliminating is that we don't want to liquidate the assets, because we can't do that anyway. It's got to go through to an LTP. This gives you the options, but it gives you the work to be done to actually inform that. All this is saying is that actually that the Northington's review has indicated that there is enough for you to actually consider that some work needs to be done on that. This is all this is asking for.
But this option, the hybrid approach, is a mixture of rebalancing and returning capital to council. Now, what if we want to look at just rebalancing? That isn't actually an option here. That hasn't been put forward as something. I would have thought if we were going to look at all options, all of that range would be there.
Our recommendation is a spectrum between rebalance and reduce, and would sort of expect that after the scoping studies, the ideal setting would fall somewhere between those, but it could fall at totally one end. It could fall, you might actually look at the opportunities within the CCHL portfolio for co-investment and in new assets, and determine actually there's much more value for council and ratepayers by pursuing a rebalance only approach.
So what we're saying is that you're not eliminating any by this recommendation. All we're saying is that you want to have the options that cover both, so you can actually make some decisions.
Yeah, that wasn't clear, which is why I asked that question and earlier as well, because it does read hybrid as a mixture of both, as opposed to being a spectrum between either one or the other, a mix in between, and that's not clear in the resolution.
You change it.
Tyler?
The question it was on the rebalancing, and it feels like the rebalancing model doesn't give it credit by itself. Because it includes, it's a hybrid model including rebalancing and returning capital to council. That essentially was what the hybrid model is. So what I would actually consider is actually having it as, I say, for example, if 2B passes, which I'm very hesitant on, might I add, as a young person who has an inherent distrust for government now being in government, it is very hard for me to make decisions, and to be honest with you, I've actually lost sleep over 2B in itself, because here I am thinking about asking for those that come after us, and that's what I've gone on for the whole year. So that is making me very hesitant. But I am very open to looking at a rebalancing model, which continues to provide return on our portfolios and looks everywhere else. But what are your thoughts on turning that into a 2C and looking at the rebalancing model in itself?
So having a third option, you're meaning?
Potentially, yes.
So just consider the cost and benefits of adopting only rebalancing. That would be something that you'd have to put up as an amendment, I'd imagine. I'm looking at process. Is that right?
Can I move an amendment?
Not yet.
Cool.
Sam?
I'll do it in debate, don't worry. Yeah,
Okay.
I got
Sam?
What I was just wondering was, in terms of helping Tyrone with the motion he mentioned before, perhaps what I could do is move the recommendation if we had a seconder, which then gives us the ability to debate what you mentioned before, Tyrone.
Well, you don't debate.
Well, not debate, but put it to the table.
Mm.
So I'm just thinking in terms of where we're at as a council. I can hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes.
So if I'm moving the staff recommendation,
I'll second it.
And Phil second it, and then if you, you'll second it. Yeah. Or Sarah could. Yep.
No, far away. Sarah second.
So Sarah's going to second it.
Some
Can we just get the wording for Tyrone's just literally leaving the report laying on the table?
Now, yeah.
Are you happy to move it with the addition of the public AGMs?
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if we could
yeah,
add,
for sure.
I've already sent that through to Sam,
Okay.
so we could
Now, just for everyone's information,
4, 5 and
we've
6.
got 3 amendments that Pauline put up. Number 4, can you see that number 4 up there?
Nope, can't see anything.
Can you put it on the, thank you.
And Leah will be able, I think we do 99% of number 4 already, and if you'd just like to talk to that a little bit, please, Leah.
Sure. So yeah, so like in the F&P report every month in public, we actually, as part of our finance overview, we actually have a whole treasury section which talks about our gross borrowings and our on lending, which is the most of the CCHL debt, and talks about our compliance with our rates. If we're wanting more detail on that, I'm happy to provide a more detailed briefing so that for the members and I think we actually had one in the schedule at some stage on Treasury, on talking about hedging ratios and the cost of borrowing considerations. Happy to do that anytime.
It's very little extra if it'll work for you to be able to do what's in there. So the second one is, who is that more? Helen.
Yes, that's just a follow through from the training that was provided as part of the induction program, and I'm happy to ask that question of the Office of the Auditor General as well.
Okay, and the third one, who wants to talk to that? Me?
Yes.
I don't. We have got enough. If at the moment, Sarah and Andrew are on there until 7th of this
7th or 8th of January, whatever the election was. When was the election?
If we haven't done the new appointments by then, which we won't have, they could fall off there, and it doesn't matter. We have got enough directors left to be able to do what we do. But if I'm not losing any sleep over the fact if Andrew is on there for one more month, it's not the end of the world as far as I'm concerned. So is everyone sort of supportive of that? So what I was hoping to do was to throw Pauline's amendments into the substantive and do the whole lot in one hit, but we have got a couple of extra little bits, have we, Samuel?
Sarah?
Sorry, we're just having a quick chat out, see whether we can get something that
Do you want to have a wee break and sort it out?
Shall we have 5 minutes and we'll have a cup of tea and we'll see you back here. 10 minutes at max. Thank you.
To ask Helen to just take you through the process, particularly for our new members, but for all, in relation to the procedural motion. Now we have a mover and a seconder on the substantive item. Helen?
Thank you. Yes, just if I could refer members to Standing Order 20.2, which refers to procedural motions, and the one that is on the table and before you relates to E of that section, that the item of business being discussed should lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting. As a procedural motion, once it is moved and seconded, it must move straight to vote without debate. The only point I just wish to point out is that the additional wording after the word meeting, that is technically outside of what is listed within 20.2, and to allow would require the discretion of the mayor to allow. And
Are you happy to allow, Mayor?
Absolutely.
Right, so you need to go to the
So,
vote.
so we're now.
We need a seconder.
We need a seconder from.
Can we just the wording's not quite right here.
Okay.
Because we want to come back as at like in January. I thought no one was.
Yes, Helen.
I was just going to say there may be some doability considerations on timing, because we are dealing with external parties and of their availability. So I would suggest a date may be constraining.
Okay.
So what sort of date are you suggesting?
It's not now.
Not now. Okay. So.
It's a good faith thing, right? We want to get it as quickly.
Right. So Tyrone has moved it and Melanie has seconded it. There is no
debate.
No debate, no
Move to
nothing.
vote.
So we just now go for the vote. Do we vote all those in favour of this procedural motion, which is
Division.
Mm-hmm.
Division.
Division? Okay.
Division. Sam? To be please be clear on what members are voting on.
Yeah.
So for the procedural motion that's on the table at the moment, the Mayor, Deputy Mayor Cotter,
Just delay the directors.
Councillor Peters, Councillor Harrison Hunt, Councillor Coker,
Yes.
Councillor Fields, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Henstock, Councillor Moore,
Abstain.
abstain, Councillor Goff,
No.
Councillor Johansson, Councillor Keown,
No.
Councillor MacDonald,
No.
Councillor Barber,
No.
Councillor McLennan,
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett,
No.
and Councillor Templeton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against, and 1 abstention.
The procedure
Lost.
falls.
Thank you. So now we carry on with the next bit. Are there any more
Questions?
Well, no, we're in debate now, aren't we?
Yeah, we're moving into debate.
We're moving into debate. Are there any more amendments that have been put up that I don't know about?
Yes.
Just go through the bits that are underlined so everyone's clear what.
Can you move up and show us all, please?
So we are debating. Far away. Anybody?
We're just going to go through the
So I just want to be clear
amended.
what you want. So any bits that are underlined are the additional bits that have been moved and seconded.
It's actually hard to hear, I've got to say, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Can you? Would you like me? I'll read them out to you, Tim, so you can hear. So 2B has been added, noting that this will include a spectrum of options, including the rebalancing of the portfolio. If you can move down to 3A, it is, I'll read all of that, shall I? Maintain the CCHL structure to continue to provide an independent, non-political buffer between the council and its commercial companies. Note that currently CCHL's core role and purpose is to deliver commercially based outcomes for its shareholder. I feel like a nodding dog. And then we have 3 new additions. Item number 4, provide a more detailed briefing on Treasury matters, including debt profiling, hedging ratios, and cost of borrowing considerations in respect of both CCC and CCHL. Number 5, obtains additional independent legal advice and advice from the Office of the Auditor General on councillors' directors' ability to participate in future discussions and ability to vote or not vote without triggering a conflict of interest. Number 6, extends the appointment of Andrew Turner as Director of CCHL until such time as councillors are formally appointed to the CCHL Board. And number 7, will request for council companies to consider holding their AGMs in public. Oh, I believe I've been told there's one more. And then a slight addition to 3F1, which is 6 monthly briefings where the CEOs and the board chairs of the CCTOs present to council.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Dawn.
You're welcome.
So, are we
into debate?
Debate.
Can I move an amendment to enable the rebalancing option to be put separately to the hybrid and 2B? So, for example,
Could people use their microphones, please?
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Could we move that rebalancing option to 2C? Have it separate to the hybrid model?
I'll move in a second. Are happy with that?
Does it matter?
It actually gives more weight keeping it there. It actually gives more weight keeping it there. So I wouldn't be overly keen on. I mean, I know it puts you in an awkward position, but I thought that was what we've added in. I would have thought would have allayed the potential fears. Yeah.
It probably needs a foreshadowed motion for.
Yeah.
In fact, you almost need to do it first. So just for a rebalancing of the portfolio only approach.
I'm going to ask that to be put separately anyway, so you could foreshadow.
Well, I mean, I've seconded B, so I don't need to do a foreshadow motion. I'm just saying for others, if they wanted something that was, that was different.
Okay.
Do we have a foreshadow motion from anybody else?
Probably. So, do you want to explain what that is? Someone explain what a foreshadowed motion is for.
And can we get a printout of all the recommendations that have been done, or can we get it sent around so we can have the exact wording?
It's all on screen, obviously. But
Sorry, Sarah, just for clarity, in this case, you're thinking that basically the foreshadowed would be a copy and paste of everything here with the exclusion of the hybrid, but leaving in the rebalance? Just for 2B. Oh, yeah. So if a member...
Oh, Sam's sending that to the...
So if a member...
Sam's sending.
Yeah, right.
Right, so where are we at? Sam's sending that, which is very good, thank you. You should have that very soon.
Bear with us a moment.
No,
while
talk on my amendment.
uses the technology to send it all through to you.
So we're in the...
What's foreshadow?
Just so I'm clear on that, you've combined both of them in there. So the status quo would be that you would have both, and you'd have all information that you can compare with each other. So nothing's necessarily left out. It just means that there's more information.
It was the way to get everyone on board without excluding anything.
So nothing's left behind with that one.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah.
And clearly, the Local Government Act does require us to look at all options and consider them, and then make any recommendations. To be clear, so that there won't be an opportunity to only look at one thing. You need to consider all your options as part of the future report if you decide to proceed.
So just thinking about what we've got, everything in front of us here, which everyone seems to be happy with, so we'll now start debate on it all.
Assuming I don't have a foreshadowed motion, would you like to just describe what a foreshadowed motion is, Helen, for new members?
It's the standing orders way of saying just in case the first thing fails. So it's the backup, if you like.
Right, so we're debating away. Far away, Pauline.
Thank you. If The report is critical of CCHL, although it does note that CCHL has performed reasonably well, but is being too passive. It also recommends actions for this council to take to assist CCHL to perform and grow better. And there is good advice around the letter of expectation, better scrutiny, better engagement, better reporting, that we as a council will most definitely implement as soon as possible. But to sanction the go button on such a rushed process is unpalatable and unwise. The last thing we want to do is create instability at CCHL and thus reduce the value of shares and portfolios. Basically, I'm saying that we need more information on both the council and the CCHL debt profiling, hedging ratios and cost of borrowings, and we need to work on our value strategy first, including what we determine the best balance between CCHL delivering dividends, growth and non-commercial outcomes. That's important. I believe we need to do that work first before we decide to go down any avenue. Yes, currently we have high debt levels, and so does CCHL due to its $440 million capital release. But this is cyclic, and CCHL's assets are blue chip and strong enough to weather this storm. Introducing co-investors, in my view, means selling a portion of shares, therefore diluting our portfolio ownership ratio. And just another consideration, I hate to say this, but it's looking more and more likely that the Three Waters is going to go through, and we could be looking at receiving $1.2 to $1.6 billion in 18 months' time. Just saying. It comes back to timing of this. Why the rush? And I do feel this is a particularly challenging item to be presented to new councillors who've been undergoing a heap of induction and briefings. Very, very challenging for them to come up to speed with this one at this time. So make no mistake, to support this approach today is taking us down the path of selling assets, which has served us so well. There are some that have dollar signs flashing in their eyes, thinking that CCHL will suddenly be overflowing with cash as a result. But be very careful. It could simply be fool's gold. I support the suggestion that we take up the offer to workshop with Mr. Stock and Mr. Irvine, but it's absolutely imperative that we establish our value strategy and we get the Treasury advice before we make a decision today. So I will not support 2B, and I would ask you, Mr. Chair, to please put 2D and 2H separately as well.
D
Thank you.
and
D and H.
3H, was it?
Oh, three or two?
2B, 3D.
Oh, sorry, 2B, 3D, 3H.
3H.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, who wants to have? Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. And I'm hoping people do engage on this debate because I think it's a really important issue for our city, and I appreciate what Pauline's said as well. I think what we need to be really clear on is we're not jumping to an outcome right now. What we are literally doing is having a piece of work done that will inform a draft long-term plan. And I think it's worth just reminding people who are tuning in that actually the draft long-term plan requires extensive public consultation. So there will be options put to the public after some considerations by council, at which point we can say yay or nay. If the feedback comes back and says, let's leave it absolutely as it is, then who are we to stand in the way of that? It's no different to debates around stadiums or things. If the people speak, then we will listen. I think with this one, ultimately we would be neglectful in our duties if we didn't have this work done. The reality is that as a collective unit, CCHL could do better. That's not to say that companies within that are doing badly, but I think we need to be really looking at how we spread that risk right across the country commercially. And I know, Pauline mentioned about fool's gold. I mean, we probably do need to look more about actually how we have a strategic, intelligent conversation across our asset base. And that might mean actually divesting and putting things across the country. So I think this gives us a real opportunity not to jump the gun and do anything stupid, but to have that genuine public consultation after the commercial people do some work to say, how do we grow the wealth of our city? I don't think for a minute there's an appetite around this council for wholesale asset change, and I include myself in that. Asset sale, I should say, and I include myself in that. But I think what we need to do is have a strategic conversation that says, are we getting the best bang for our buck for our ratepayers now? and in 30 years. What I would ideally like to see is actually the premiums we realise if we do go to that point, paying down some debt, but actually using the capital that we have in these companies now to put them into different companies, and you watch the value grow over time. So I guess that's one example, and I've probably jumped a bit far down the line, but it just should present that actually we have a range of options as a council. And again, I think we'd be neglectful in our duties if we didn't consider it today. So I do want to acknowledge Northingtons for the work they've done, Leah and the team. I think it's factual, objective advice. Ultimately, it's our democratic decision to decide whether we do that today, but I think we'd be neglecting the public if we didn't. So I really hope that people trust the collective council and go on this journey for the next 6 months, acknowledging that actually we will be consulting with the community before any decisions are made.
Thank you, Sam. Jake?
If this passes today, I think we need to be really clear about the conversation we're having with the public. You know, a sell down in the equity of our companies is an asset sale. It'll be called leveraging our capital base, but it's straight up and down asset sales, not a wholesale asset sale of the entire holdings company, but of a sizable chunk. And I think that's fine, and we can have that conversation, but we do need to make that extremely explicit. Also as part of this conversation, we also really need to be clear with the public. Do they support a rebalancing of the portfolio, i.e. keeping that capital within our holdings company, or do they support some of those proceeds coming back to council for what is, in my view, a short-term sugar hit? And I think, some of my colleagues will point to debt reduction, and I think the question really has to be asked, if we're planning to defer some of our debt repayments as we're discussing with our annual plan, how can we really claim to be prudent to be focused on debt reduction when it comes to asking CCHL to do it for us? Really, that's just treating our holdings company like a credit card. So I, for one, don't support these asset sales. I don't support the short-term sugar hit of drawing down this capital and pulling it back to council. And I don't really think it's the Christmas present the people of Christchurch will be wanting or expecting.
Right, Aaron.
Yeah, it was interesting this morning to hear former Mayor Gary Moore, who was one of the architects of squirreling away the family silver, saying that he wasn't opposed to going down this road and looking into all of our options. Owning assets as a city is a fantastic thing. We have some great assets, but assets change and the value of them changes along the way. 100 years ago, it would have been awesome to own the telegraph service, but shares in it now wouldn't be worth much at all, except maybe museum entry. So things will change, and going forward, as the world faces things like energy crisis, and this morning, now that we know that jet fuel's compromised because of the changes just at Marsden Point, only within a year of shutting it down, it suddenly starts to become really obvious that what our city invests in needs to be the future of not just our city, but around the rest of the country and delving into the rest of the world. With issues like climate change and political instability globally, opportunities abound, and we need to be part of all of those opportunities, whichever they are. And hopefully this report, when it comes back and the work that's done from it, will lead us to more silver, or the silver turning into gold in our little nest of nest eggs to carry us forward. Because I don't think just leaving it the same old and saying everything's an asset sale. And I was like Jake, I was opposed to it when I first heard it. I thought, it's just an asset sale and we're going to own nothing at the end of it and have still more debt. But I don't think that's what this is. This is about looking at all of our options and the best way that silver that was put away is protected as well as grown going forward. And that is the key part to this for me. And we may vote it down in the long-term plan. We have that option. But to not look at our options is being asleep at the wheel. And wake up, people. The world's changing and our opportunities are right in front of us.
Melanie?
The aim of the strategic review was to see whether CCHL is still relevant, and I think the result of the report has been a resounding yes. And I just wanted to remind people of the CCHL mission statement, which is supporting the future growth of Christchurch by investing in key infrastructure assets that are commercially viable and environmentally and socially sustainable. I wholeheartedly agree with every part of the statement. These values align with the Local Government Act, the act that all councillors swear to abide by when elected each term. It states, the Act states that the principal objective of a CCO is to achieve the objectives of its shareholders, both commercial and non-commercial. Now, councillors are voted to represent the people of Christchurch, and the objectives of the people of Christchurch and act in their best interests. So councillors that sit on CCHL are there to take the values of council and the best interests of the people of Christchurch to the CCHL board. Yes, we can give guidance in our letter of expectation, but what better way to effect change by half the members of the board being from council, balanced by half the members being independent directors. So yes, I agree with the status quo, where we continue with 4 councillor directors and will vote against having the proposed 2. Now, the Northington's report states CCC should objectively revisit its core priorities objectives before resetting the scope and remit of CCHL to deliver on those objectives. I completely agree. Building value is key, with a long-term strategy focused over 30, 50, 100 years. Long-term thinking for long-term gain. This clearly indicates that council needs to work out its value strategy, I believe, before doing any further work. So I think today is a bit premature and jumping the gun even. Now, I wouldn't be adverse to looking at other investments this council could look at to generate income for the people of the city and reduce our reliance on rates. Absolutely. But it's at that point, and that point alone, that I believe we should start looking at how any great investment we might look at could be funded, which may be through some sort of rebalancing. And I would like to back up our current mayor. Back in August he said, "You can take it from me that under my watch as mayor, I will not be selling any of these assets. They will be safe from the chopping block." So I will not be voting to look at a hybrid model. Recycling assets is selling assets. Assets generate income that is ongoing and reliable for decades, if not longer. Income that could be used to fund generational issues, climate change initiatives, equity in all forms. A one-off cash hit cannot help future generations. Once the money is spent, it's gone. We all know that. The people of the city know that. They can see where this is headed, and the people don't like it. This is not the people's choice.
Okay, so, Tyrone?
Well, look, we need to think really carefully before heading in the direction of a hybrid approach without considering the cost benefit of the existing model. Look, a hybrid approach may well be very good, but it could become all too tempting for people to renege on their pre-election promises regarding the family silver for what might ultimately prove to be a quick bite with a questionable benefit to ratepayers. We would have to liquidate quite a bit of our portfolio to impact to have any sort of impact on rate rises. And then once we've done that, we'd have precisely 0 levers to pull when the next shock happens. If you're lucky enough to own your own investment property, it's like this is equivalent to, selling it off to pay off your mortgage, and then being surprised when the market moves away on you and you haven't got a house anymore before you discovered that you didn't pay off your mortgage at all. And then you realise you don't have any knives and forks anymore because you've flogged them. So I'm all for looking at new opportunities, don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely open to that discussion, rebalancing, whatever you want to call it. But let's not expose ourselves to a flogging, which is what a hybrid model does. So I can't support 2B on those grounds.
Victoria?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm of the view that the report adequately addresses the functional requirements of the review and that there is a strong case to objectively consider our core objectives and develop a strategy. And it's really timely 30 years on to ask, why do we own those assets? Can I be really clear that debt and rate affordability is at top of mind for me? This is not about asset sales today. This is about doing more homework before we make a decision, and it's prudent for us to do that. I agree with some of the comments that the individual performance of the subsidiaries is acceptable, but I do think that CCHL's performance overall as a portfolio manager could and should be better. I would like CCHL to take a more active management role, mandate, and be more commercially focused, look at increasing our flexibility and the diversification. And on that particular note, I reinforce what Councillor Kewen was saying, that our portfolio is traditional, technology is advancing, and we have to move with that, and we have a real opportunity here to do that. I'd like to thank Pauline, thank you for your comments and your concerns about new councillors. As a new councillor, I, for one, do not feel rushed. I want to thank you for your report. I think it is factual. It is presented in a constructive and comprehensive manner, and for my part, it is easily digestible for me, but I acknowledge that that's the knowledge, the background and the experience and the skills that I bring to the table, that I'm capable of digesting this huge amount of complex information. So thank you for that. So I don't feel rushed, and I think that the hybrid approach recommended in the report is sensible, and I note that a hybrid is indeed a spectrum, and it includes one or other or both, and that's what they're being asked to look at. I'm minded to support the recommendations on the screen, and I'd like to thank Councillor McDonald for his comment about turning the silver into gold, and we have an opportunity to do that here. Thank you.
Mark, and then Sarah, then Tyler.
Thank you. As a new councillor, I appreciate Pauline's noting that it's a lot for us to take in, but I feel like we've been well briefed on this. The report is very comprehensive and puts it pretty plainly to us, and I think it's pretty prudent for us as a council, 30 years after Christchurch City Holdings being established, to be doing this strategic review, and it's timely. So I also think it's prudent for us to today be looking at asking for more options and doing the homework that we need to be doing. It's not a case of just selling assets. This is about getting some more information so that we can enter into a long-term plan process, listen to the people, and let the people tell us what they would like. There's nothing more certain than some of the companies in the portfolio are a little underperforming, and if we need to re-gear and look at some more environmentally sustainable options going forward and better options for our ratepayers, then I think as a council we need to really be awake at the wheel rather than asleep at the wheel, do the homework that's required, and get this report and the options before us and before the people, so that down the road a decision can be made for the best interests of Christchurch. So I'm certainly supportive of this, and certainly supportive of doing the homework to get to a situation where we can make an informed decision.
Thank you, Mark. Tyler.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for all of your insightful speeches and debate. And secondly, I'd like to offer my gratitude to staff in Northingtons on this report. It's very comprehensive and it does have a lot of information on it. Most importantly, though, I'd actually like to thank my constituents in their highly valued insight on where they want to see their assets go. And throughout the year, after talking to hundreds, if not thousands of people, I was unwavering in my values that are enforced by my forefathers, and that, my friends, is to always think of our children. In every single decision we make at this table, we have to always think about our children and those that come after us. And if we don't represent our children, the question is, who will? So I'd like to remind the public and my colleagues that no matter what the wording we have in front of us portrays, in layman's terms, it is in fact testing the waters on asset sales and to pay back the debt that our predecessors actually placed upon us. Let me be quite clear that we, the people, do not own these assets. We are only borrowing them from our children. Every decision we make here today will indirectly or directly affect our next generation. And in regards to the above, let me ask, what hole will we dig ourselves out of if we are obliged by the hybrid recommendation in 18 months' time and we face another financial downturn in 5 years' time? Which parachute will we grab if we have already used it? While I agree that having a more active approach to our portfolio is beneficial, I'm very wary and nervous on the potential outcomes that lie ahead from what is seen as testing options around asset sales. Those options, might I add, could be seen as spinning bias towards said outcome and can put us in a rabbit hole we can't quite get out of. I reiterate that we must stay agile and vigilant, even when we consider any asset sales with the intention on paying down debt and rates while unknowingly affecting our next generation. So in today's current climate, while we're looking at options, we stand on the edge of a precipice of a recession and political and social stresses. We have a healthy return on dividends so far and continue to make some way forward. If asset sales does get put on the table, I question the volatility of the market and getting a good bang for our buck at this point in time. To me, this is inadequate. While I understand that these recommendations are non-committal at this point, I will not be in support of some pieces of these recommendations on the basis of myself not being comfortable at all just yet on making decisions for future work. Therefore, my friends around the table, I want to note apprehension, caution, and hesitancy, and this isn't coming from me, this is coming from your kids and your grandkids. Kia ora.
Thank you. Sarah.
We are no longer a 20th century city or focused on the rebuild in the past. We are a 21st century city with our eyes firmly on the future, and we need to make sure that not only council, but the assets we own are fit for our changing future, as well as best placed to deliver for the residents that ultimately own them. Fundamentally, this is not about how CCHL and the subs have performed in the past. It's about determining what we need CCHL to be for our future. One thing I disagree with in the Northington's report is the broader ESG focus. My firm belief is that the council ownership has driven outcomes by way of living wage, climate change targets, those kind of things, much faster and further than the group would have done under other ownership. And there is nothing in this report that limits what we can do in this space with any new investments in the future. There are two ways to use CCHL to create value and reduce rates impacts over time. The first is to have a high-performing assets that give great dividends to offset increases, and rebalancing gives us this. The second is to invest at council in assets that reduce costs to start with, such as in climate resilience. And we cannot do this part without exploring the hybrid model. I am not open to selling ratepayer assets for a quick sugar hit to reduce short-term rates increase, while losing dividend streams and community outcomes for the future. But I am open to using the value of our current asset base in a different way, and I'm keen to look at what those options might be. And I know that there's some distrust in this process, but let's remember that we asked for this review a year ago, before the current financial crunch, and not in reaction to it. We choose the CCHL board and set the terms for the future work. A range of options will come to council for consideration, and we will be consulting with our residents across the city on any resulting options as part of the long-term plan. The final decision on any option for future direction of CCHL will not be until June 2024, and any future direction given by council will be for a direction of travel over a decade, not immediate. This is not a quick sugar hit to mitigate our current annual plan issues. There is a disquiet from the community, a fear that this is the thin end of the wedge, and I get it. But while there is a sense of deja vu, and council has looked at potential sales several times in the past decade, simply looking at those did not end up in sales, as the process was gone through and a decision made at the end to go with a different option. So today, I believe it is good governance to take a look at further options, to talk to our community about those options, and to put our city in the best place it can be as we face a more uncertain future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. James?
Thank you. Look, it is time to look at what a CCHL 2.0 looks like. I think the model served us really well. You know, I've spent close to 9 years as a director of CCHL, so I have a pretty solid understanding of it. There are elements that work very well, and there's elements that can be improved on, and you'd expect that after 30 years. But having the information to better tailor it with the future and the future needs of the city in mind just makes complete sense. Now, I think the process that these recommendations allow us to embark on means that we can get a clear steer on some key questions from our community, and that includes, what is the appetite for risk? Where does CCHL or a future iteration of CCHL sit in terms of delivering social outcomes versus purely commercial outcomes? Personally, I think there needs to be elements of both, and they're not mutually exclusive, but it is a sliding scale, and I think clearly understanding what those trade-offs are is an essential conversation to have. You know, the truth is, if you stand still and do nothing, you're going to rapidly become irrelevant. And that's not fair on the ultimate shareholders of CCHL, which is the residents of our city. So these recommendations allow us to move forward and have those conversations on both rebalancing and a hybrid option. And from there, we'll get an informed position to make some decisions hand in glove with our community. It might be to grow the pie. It might be to spread risk. It might be to do nothing. But reaching that position needs to be an informed one. And these recommendations that you're about to vote on right now will ensure that that's the case.
Thank you. Kelly? Then you, Tim.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, fellow councillors, for your wisdom. It's always interesting to listen to all the perspectives. I support these recommendations. I don't want to be overreacting to the suggestion that change is something that we should look at. I think we need to be brave, like our ancestors were when they came here. I think we need to always be facing up to difficult challenges as they come along, and obviously this is a time for us to do a review and to take our time and think this through. I think we need to be brave. I think we need to do the review, face up to what comes, and then make the decision as we see it. So, yeah, I'm supportive.
Tim?
Yeah, thank you. I think every councillor, including the mayor around the table, made pre-election promises with regards to keeping rates reasonable. Our ratepayers are looking at inflation as we are, rising interest rates, and the pressure is on. We have to look at every lever available to us, not just for our generation, but those ahead of us, as Tyler said, to see how we can do this. I think it would be wrong not to look at every lever, which I don't believe we have, but this piece of work is needed to gain the real factual-based information for the long-term plan to allow our ratepayers to let us know what they want us to do. This is essential. It will also raise our awareness of our assets. It will raise CCHL's awareness of what we require of them, and I think we've really dropped the ball there. But it will also raise the awareness to our CCTOs what is required of them. And I think this is going to be a piece of work that has far more important things than just discussing selling assets, which I don't believe this is. I'm absolutely against selling anything to something like a super fund or a venture capital or a so-called partner that would just want to sit on an asset just to get a bit of blue chip. It's not acceptable. We've got to look at the future. We owe that to our ratepayers who are under more and more stress as we move forward. So I'm going to support this. It is not a ticket to sell. It is a ticket to raise awareness and look at options and talk with real facts with our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Anyone else? Yanni?
Thank you. First off, I just think it's ludicrous that we've got a late supplementary item on our agenda that's longer, got more pages than the actual normal agenda that we put out. It doesn't seem right that we are rushing this through, particularly because of the huge public interest. And I think to spend hours on this today just shows that this is being rushed because there's so many questions and there's deputations and there's a whole bunch of wordsmithing that's happening. So I think this is poor process. In fact, it's ironic that there's a lot of criticism of CCHL in this review, but one of the most fundamental things about good governance is having the time to understand the decisions that you're making and to process the information. And I don't believe that we've had an adequate time to do that. I think the report from Northingtons is overly optimistic and lacks the appropriate caution. And just to highlight some of the examples where it talks about what's happened in Australia and says the ideal candidate models for LPC, CIAL and Orion are leasing or mixed ownership. And it compares it to the Australian Airport Privatisation Program, and Sydney Airport is one, and also the majority of Australian ports. You only need to go online and look at Sydney Airport that was outrageously, in my view, acquired by Macquarie Bank and then absolutely asset stripped while fees went up, and private bankers made a fortune out of complicated deals that left the community in a way worse position than what they would have been if it had remained in public ownership. And, you know, some would say it's Australia's worst airport, and it just highlights that there are huge risks associated with some of the models that are proposed. And if you look at Brisbane, you know, the port workers getting a text on the Thursday night to say don't come to work tomorrow and Friday morning. Is that really the sort of operation that we want in a city like Christchurch, the People's Republic of Christchurch, that has prided itself on social and environmental values? You can't trust these multinational investors to do the right thing by our people, and that's why I'm very concerned about what's being proposed. But the other thing, more fundamentally, is I don't understand what the problem is that we're actually trying to fix. We've got an airport that's already taken, and as much as you may disagree or agree with the position, they're already looking at establishing a new airport in Terrace. If that doesn't show you that there's sufficient width within the CCHL structure to look at new opportunity, I don't know what ever would. So I'm completely against 2B. I'm not in favour of receiving this report. It, in my view, completely underestimates the risk of the models that are being put forward and has suggestions for ideal candidates that don't stand up, I think, to scrutiny around the ESGs.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering when you were going to say something.
Thank you. I do feel we have a responsibility to look at all options. These aren't our assets, these are the public's assets. We owe it to them to have all options on the table. And in terms of making a hasty decision, if we're directing in a way today to only look at one type of option, that also seems to me like a hasty decision to be making today. If indeed the hybrid model is the wrong model, then we can look forward to rejecting that with the will of the people by listening to what we are told. And ultimately, I back the ability for this council to make an informed decision and to make the right decision when the facts are in front of us.
Thank you, Celeste.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the people that have done a huge amount of work on this and also fellow councillors. I think it's been quite an interesting debate. It's definitely a complex issue, and it's easy to use platitudes and kind of a turn of phrase to describe something that I think requires a lot of analysis and understanding. I think that it's easy to kind of put things in very broad terms in terms of asset sales and other things. And I am concerned about that as leading to something that we maybe not intending to do, but there could be an unintended consequence of the decision we're making today. I would have liked to have seen perhaps a clearer sort of focus on the fact that perhaps we should be reconsidering whether the hybrid model is appropriate at this time. And I'd also like to have heard more from the community. I would have liked to have more opportunity for public engagement on this particular issue. So while the scope itself, I think, has a good purpose in that we're looking at whether CCHL is actually fit for purpose, I would feel more comfortable if we took more time to have a more in-depth look at the options. So for that reason, I won't be supporting 2B.
And now it's my turn. The amount of work that has been done here by Northingtons and staff and everyone is absolutely massive. Now, this is the first time in 30 years that we've done a real deep dive down into what we're doing. And it's got to happen because my father used to say to me, if you stand still, you're going backwards. And I feel CCHL have been standing still. So this is the shot in the arm that it needs to get it ahead. To say that we haven't had enough briefings is not quite right. I reckon we've had more briefings on this and good constructive briefings, thank you very much, for months. And so we've had all the information. And I think that because we're asking lots of questions, it's good to clarify our minds. And they're all good questions that are coming forward, and I relish that. So I think, as I say, in the first time in 30 years, we've got to look at this, get it come forward to us, and it will be a year, 18 months down the track, I think. Did you say, Sarah? Okay, around about that time. So we've got a lot of time to consider it, and we can talk to who Gary said if we want to. We can do all that work. We're not selling them, putting a for sale sign up tomorrow. So I think we should just consider options and repurpose for a better return in the future. Because someone told me the other day, if the Alpine fault, that's right, the civil defence guy, if the Alpine fault goes off and Christchurch gets flattened, all our money is in one basket. We need to sort of spread stuff around over different parts of the country and get our income coming from different streams. So I'm supporting this, as you can possibly tell. So I will now, how do we do it?
Let's do a division.
One by one.
Yeah.
And we'll just go one by one.
Yeah, line by line. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it as division for each one, or do you just want to see, depending on what they are?
I don't know.
Depends how contentious.
Sorry,
it
I
is.
was just suggesting a division on the ones that Pauline suggested, those three. The rest of it
The
can
end?
be done easily.
So,
I'd like them all put.
Oh, okay.
what did you say, Yanni? Sorry.
Just sorry, I'd like them all put individually.
Yes.
Them individually, and I'll do divisions on the ones
That are potentially close. Yeah.
Okay, so we're starting with number 1. You can all see that number 1. You all good?
So you're receiving the report.
Receive the
No, it says
report?
Receive.
Okay.
All those in favour?
All those in favour? All those against? Carried.
That was Yanni. No.
Number 2. All those in favour of number 2?
2A.
Oh, 2A, sorry. It was 2B and 3D, wasn't it?
Yeah, so
Pauline?
2A.
Yeah, 2A. All those in favour of 2A? Against? Thank you, carried. Now, this is one we
2B.
might have to do divisional.
Division.
Righto. Well,
Division for 2B. Yes. The line underneath B needs to go with B. Say that again, Pauline, please, because that wasn't clear. If B is lost, then it's not 2 pieces of work. Why don't you just change it to this work is prepared in time?
Well, hang on, they're out.
They can be changed after, can they?
I can let
Oh,
it
that bit
apply
down the
to
bottom, you mean? Oh, okay.
A
Yeah.
or B or
Oh, right. Sorry. Yep. Makes sense.
okay, so we're now doing 2B by division.
So for 2B, Councillor Keown,
Yes.
Councillor McLennan,
No.
Councillor MacDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Henstock,
yes.
Councillor Moore,
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett,
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt,
No.
Councillor Coker,
No.
Councillor Fields,
No.
Councillor Peters,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
Councillor Templeton, Councillor Barber,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter,
No.
Councillor Johansson, Councillor Donovan, and Councillor Goff.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
So that's carried. Thank you. So now we move down to number 3. So you've got to, thank you, Sam. All those in favour of number 3?
Aye.
All those against?
That's Yanni.
Yanni again. Carried, thank you. Now, we're down to 3B. That's one.
Say that again, Councillor Johansson. So you're 4-3A, is that correct?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so now, just so we're all clear, it's 3B that we're looking at. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried, thank you. Let's carry on the way we.
See?
Number 3C. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Yanni against.
Thank you. Carried. 3D. All those in favour?
Is this going to be?
Say that again. Sorry.
No, that's yes, you're right. It is a division one. Sorry.
Division.
I thought we were on a roll here for a minute.
So for 3D,
Do you want to just highlight what 3D is so that the members can see it clearly? Thank you.
Councillor Templeton, Councillor McLennan,
No.
Councillor MacDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Johansson, Councillor Moore,
Order. How they're structured.
Yes.
Councillor Donovan, Councillor Coker, Councillor Peters,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett,
Yes.
Councillor Barber,
Yes.
Councillor Keown, Councillor Goff,
Yes.
Councillor Henstock,
Yes.
Councillor Fields,
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt,
You can take abstain as well.
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against and 1 abstention.
So it's carried, thank you. Now, the next one that you're going to do division on is at 3H. Just
Well, we're on. Yes, probably. Let's see.
I think so. So, okay, so we're into 3E now. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against?
Yeah,
Yanni.
for no.
Carried, thank you very much. 3F. All those in favour for 3F?
Let's engage.
So I'll start again. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. Carried. Up to G. Thank you, Sam. So all those in favour of 3G? Those against? Thank you. And here is 3H. This is the one which is Sam's going to do for us.
So for 3H, Councillor Moore,
Yes, sorry, I have to read it. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
yes. Councillor Johansson. Deputy Mayor Cotter. Councillor McLennan.
No.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yeah. Yes.
Councillor Keown.
Not sure I need to vote on it.
Councillor Fields.
Yes. Oh shit. Sorry. I mean no.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's right. That's what I thought.
He's just read his note.
Brain fade.
Councillor Henstock.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Councillor Coker.
I think Tyrone was voting for a drink, but no.
Councillor Templeton. Councillor Donovan. Councillor Peters.
Yes.
And the Mayor.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
Thank you. That is carried. So we're up to number 4. Could you just roll that up a little bit for us,
Can you
please?
roll up the screen? Yeah. Can we do? Can we take 4 to 7 together? Are members happy with that?
Yeah. Thank you. All those in favour of 4 to 7, 4, 5, 6 and 7? Those against? Great. Carried. Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Tea break.
Lunch.
Lunch.
Lunch. Is it lunch?
No, tea break.
Tea break.
Tea
Right.
break.
Okay, what time are we back?
Maximum of 15, 1 o'clock.
15 minutes.
Members, can I please ask that you actually do come back by 1 because we have a fair number of items to get through before we go to the Future for Local Government. And I know you need some lunch as well.
Thank you. Right. In the essence of time, thank you. In the essence of time, we're going to go to item 11, elected member appointments. And Lynn, who has told me it would have been quicker to pick the All Black team than sort this out, has done a fantastic job, along with myself and Pauline. So it's been good.
Lynn's got great patience, I think it's fair to say.
So I'll keep this really brief. This paper proposes a range of councillor appointments to council organisations, external bodies and trusts. As Mayor Phil has said, these are the Mayor's recommendations in consultation with the Deputy Mayor. There has also been consultation with councillors around the table. There will be revised recommendations on screen, and these are important to make sure that the connections between this council and external bodies are kept, maintained and enhanced. So back to you, Mayor, for the discussion.
Do you have to move? Thank you, Jake. Right, we've got any debate. Right, all of those in favour? Against?
So can we ask some questions?
Oh, yeah?
But
No.
Is there a new list that's been circulated?
So, sorry, Mark, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, Yanni, was it?
Yeah, is it, so there's a new list?
No.
Right, yeah.
Can you use your mics, please?
Yep.
You just sorted that yourself.
I'd nominate Mel for the assistant.
Okay, so where are we? Are you, Yanni? Did you have a question? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to check what the process is around the portfolio has been established.
So there will be a paper next week on portfolios.
Thank you.
So, sorry, what's the process? Like, appreciate there'll be a paper, but what's the process for them being considered?
So it's just in response to your two resolutions where you asked for staff advice on the portfolio terms of reference and the other potential other portfolios. So that staff advice is coming back to you in a report on the 14th.
We just email the office of the CE around suggested portfolios. Is
that was invited some weeks ago when it was discussed. And you were reminded about that again about a fortnight ago, and then a week ago, Councillor Johansson. So the report has now been written.
Okay.
We get
Go. You're right.
Just often forgotten about committee, the parking subcommittee makes high-level decisions on yellow lines and traffic movements in the Delegation A area, and it does need to be set up at some point. So just putting that on your
Yes,
radar.
that's a really good point. We've identified that as being one of the outstanding matters we need to resolve as soon as possible. So thank you for that.
You put your hand up, Jake. Thank you very much. Tyrone.
Like order Healthy Harbour in this?
Should be there.
Where is it?
Healthy Harbour.
Yes, you did, sorry.
There it is, yeah. Oh, yes. Right at the bottom on the screen.
Is it in there?
Yeah.
Just
right
above
there,
number
look.
2.
Oh. Maybe it's just...
Councillor Fields and
Oh, yeah.
for Healthy Harbour Governance Group.
Sorry. Thank you.
You're
That's
right.
all
You're
right.
welcome. You're welcome. So we're moving right along. So we'll start again. All those in favour of this? We've got a mover and seconder. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? It's done. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, thank you. Oh, there.
What was Mal's suggestion?
We can shift it round. There's no problem.
Members, we're
Carrie.
causing confusion. Can we please just...
Carrie. That's the word we're looking for. Okay, the next one is
can I just have my abstention note
Three
on
Waters
that?
Better Off funding. Proposal application. David.
No,
not
Mary.
Mary?
And David, yeah.
Mary, yeah.
Oh, thank God. Mary, just remind members how many briefings we've done and conversations with them, would you?
Who moved it?
Moved, great,
Jake
okay.
and Sarah. Jake and Sarah. Do you want to talk about a lot of this? No.
Not at
Okay,
all.
so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All right, debate. I'm just preempting. Okay, thank
This opportunity to clarify a misnomer that's come through the media that
Yes.
the City Council has shoulder tapped the government for some money for our safety in the city, and we haven't, because this money has been offered to us as better off funding, and we have identified some of that to be used for our central city safety projects. So I'd also on that note like to thank the government for this kind offer. Thank you.
Very good. Celeste?
I'd just like to thank staff for the work on this, and also note that that Central City Safety Fund is also intended to be allocated to the suburban areas.
Thank you. Anyone else? All good. So, Aaron?
I'd just like to say that I think all of the projects listed in here are worthy projects and good projects. Some of them are great. But what I'm not comfortable with is accepting this money from the government, because I disagree with essentially what they're doing, and by us accepting this money, we're agreeing to their takeover of Three Waters. I see this like a bribe money, you call it blood money if you want, and I'm not comfortable taking it. It's just like if your cousin turns up and gives you $100,000, you're all excited and start paying down your bills, then you find out, oh God, he's a meth dealer. It's $100,000, not cool. Yep. So just saying that I do see this as blood money. The government is borrowing this money to bribe us into something we don't want. Does that not ring a little odd to everyone in this room? The government is borrowing money when they're broke to bribe us into something we don't want. And did we get elected to do that? I certainly have had so much feedback from people that they're unhappy with the Three Waters process that as the councillor for my area, I cannot support taking this money. So I'll vote against.
But they're still letting us oppose. You can still have your opposing view, and they're still giving us the money.
Shall we go back to my cousin, that when he turns up with $100,000, then you can't invite him to your wedding?
No.
Mark?
Oh, Aaron, great. That's the best. I can see the headline tomorrow. Thank you. I'd like to thank staff for their work on this, and I do pick up on the reticence of it being bribe money from the government, and I do hope that we still have the opportunity to stand strong against Three Waters, and that this is not in any way compromising us. I'm really pleased to see the heat recovery system for the Matatiki Hornby Centre in there. I think that's a fantastic use of funds to help with that. Also, the city safety, I mean, we all know that that's a huge problem in our city at the moment, and the more we can do, not just in the central city, but also in the suburbs. We've got some serious issues in the suburbs around the city. And then also with the trees and biodiversity, I think having that in there is a great way to try and bring to be a number of strong planting areas around the city, including, I'll drop it in here, Hornby Bush. That would be, it's a great use of this fund, so I'll certainly support this.
Go on.
I just want to highlight the money that's in here for greening our city. We've got the urban forest plan coming out early next year for consultation, and this money will really be able to kickstart that work. I think it's really important that we get on to do that now. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, as you can see in Chester Street, or 30 years ago. The second best time is now, and I think that's a really important piece of work. I know that we are all, there is some disquiet over the Three Waters, and what I would remind people is to hold on to that, and every time we face a vote on whether or not we fund upgrades to our stormwater system and those kind of things in our current annual plan, that you hold on to that and be good governors of our stormwater system. Thank you.
I'll just say one. No one else. All good. I'll yes. All right. Yeah. No. Don't take as long as you like. Got a day.
Sorry, Phil. No, I'd oh, as long as I like. Well,
No.
it all started.
2 minutes 54.
So no, I really want to thank staff who again who put a huge amount of work into this, and some of the things in this funding, are, regardless of where the money's come from, is going to make a massive difference to Banks Peninsula. It's going to make a massive difference to our zero carbon targets and biodiversity targets for our city. So I mean, it's just a wonderful thing to have that stuff accelerated, and the outcomes are going to be great. So, and there's a lot of other good stuff in there as well, but particularly for Banks Peninsula, it's great. So kia ora.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight over the past, how long have I been here now?
Months.
2 months. I kept rambling on about equity. We talk about that quite a lot, social equity. And in this, I see some very, very good outcomes across the board. So I just want to thank staff for that and proposing all of these things. And they all make sense. They all make sense. And to me, it's absolutely amazing seeing the diverse ways in approaching multiple issues across the board, which includes safety, which includes barriers to participation in swimming. And it's something that's really close to my heart as a water baby, particularly out in Rapaki. That's very, very important, seeing as other places might not be able to step up and provide swimming opportunities for those that are in a more deprived community. So thank you very much, Mary and the team and everyone. Thank you very much for that, and I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I too appreciate the work that's been done. I think this is a great opportunity. We don't always agree, with the three water situation, but you've got to make the most of it when situations like this, come your way. And using this funding, I think, is going to be really positive for the community. So, yeah, I'm happy with it. Can I just say that I loved Aaron's. I think we should definitely, make.
No, don't.
It's a long 3 years.
Yeah, you've got to enjoy it. Yeah.
So lastly, one of the things that is oh, sorry, Yanni, you go. I didn't see your pen.
Yeah, I appreciate the work that staff have done on this. I do share some of the concerns that Councillor Keown has raised, but the other concern that I have is around the Beckenham Library Service Centre Community Hub, which I thought we had a separate process underway to consider it in the annual plan. So I'm surprised that it's been added in here. There's a number of other community facilities that we had on budget, Phillipstown, Shirley. I know there's concern around getting a new Martians Hall. So I just, I struggle with the Beckenham Library Service Centre Community Hub. I hope that, I don't want to vote against the entire thing, but I hope that individual things like that specific project will still go through its normal process, because that's only a contribution to it. It's not the full cost. Mm-hmm. And I'll, reserve the right to express a view when that comes back to us. I would be concerned if staff lock us into an irreversible position on that facility, given that we haven't had that opportunity to have that bigger conversation. But I acknowledge the work that staff have done. It is a little bit disappointing that some of the initial proposals around things in the east getting attention have been dropped off. But I think, there is a wide variety of things that address our environmental challenges, our social challenges, and, will be good for our community. So I will support this with the proviso that I've raised about the South Library, which, I think we still need to consider the impact on that.
And here comes Tim, who will probably talk about the South Library.
Thank you. I wanted to thank staff for the work they've done. Just as the South Library is absolutely essential to the communities in all of the south of Christchurch. You mentioned Shirley, that's got 2 community centres in that ward area. So I don't know why Councillor keeps picking one thing. If there is a shake and it drops under 31%, it closes for all of those communities. We have put it, the community board has put this off twice with regards to both the Linwood Pool and the Hornby Pool, that was absolutely the right thing to do. But it is now time that it is done, and it is needed. So I'm so pleased it's here, and I look forward to moving forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And lastly, from me, it's must be hard for the public to, over the last wee while, hear about how short of money we are, or how much money we've got borrowed and stuff like this, and then you rock up here and here we are throwing money around, but it's not ours. It's not ours. And that was the reason it was given as better off funding. A lot of things have been we've funded that would not otherwise get the money, and I like the fact that we're putting so much money into putting trees up on the Port Hills and other areas where it's ecology action or eco action. They do one hell of a lot of work, and if we can help them do stuff like that, it's good for everybody. So I'll certainly be supporting it. So here we go. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Great.
Aaron's against.
Oh, Aaron, sorry.
Item 13, Mayor?
Yes.
Item 13,
Yes.
please.
We're now talking about, thank you, Andrew, Ngaipunawai car park extension and landscape mitigation works. Good to see you here again.
Come on, let's keep going. We're doing well.
I'm going to assume that the report is read, but just I guess with the Netzel guys not being able to make this morning, just to remind existing councillors that have been through the Netzel journey, but perhaps newer councillors that haven't, that the development of the Netzel facility initiated post-earthquakes, so quite some time ago. And an Auckland-based benefactor who wishes to remain anonymous wanted to contribute a large sum of money for the benefit, particularly of female community-based participation in sport. And that's really what has driven this this project. And as was pointed out this morning, Ngāpunawai has been a victim of its own success. It has had quite a negative impact on the local community in terms of traffic movement, and there was a significant amount of concern raised at the hearing about that impact. And so, whilst it may seem relatively straightforward, it is actually quite an important decision for the city, because it is becoming a very unique and well utilised facility. So I just wanted to remind people that this is a genuine partnership. You know, we talk about partnerships a lot. This isn't council just doing things. This is council partnering with the community. And open to any questions.
Thanks so much for this. I remember when this, when we first approved the lease for Netzel and that going forward, we knew that there would be traffic impacts, and this has been beyond what we expected. But we were also really clear as a council in asking for more work to be done on alternate transport methods, so public transport, cycling, those kind of things. But how it looks is that we've done lots of work on working out where to put cars, and a little bit of side work that's not going to be progressed in a time to make a difference for other modes of transport. So it would be cheaper and quicker to put the other stuff in, so a cycle path and signage and things to encourage people to catch the bus, immediately to try and keep the numbers of traffic down. But that work hasn't been done, and yet all the work's been done to work out how do we do a car park. And I'm just wondering if there's ways to speed up the cycle path down to Curlitz Road, which had clearly been a misinterpretation earlier, and the encouraging of the bus transport.
I guess you're right. The traffic assessment was really the driver for this, and how people travel. And I think Andrew mentioned this morning that they are actively encouraging participants to utilise public transport. So yeah, we have reacted to the most obvious element that the traffic assessment pointed out, and I guess the biggest impact on the local community. The work is ongoing and it is current. We're working alongside our transport colleagues. We can certainly have conversations with them around how we can speed that work up, particularly for the cycleways. And there has been encouraging signs from ECAN on promoting or even modifying public transport routes to include a bus route through the Ngāpunawai to the Ngāpunawai hub, and right down to them making it their number one priority for bus route re-evaluation. So there's some good progress, but I guess I still believe that we're doing the right thing. We're not going to mitigate all of the parking demands with what we're
It's
proposing
never
to
all or
construct.
nothing with transport,
Or
and
all the
people say
transport
that,
demands,
you know, but it's never.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say though is this is not going to stop. We are going to continue with the active transport solutions, but we shouldn't not complete this part of the
Yeah, I
work.
wasn't saying that
Yeah.
though. You know, it just seems that when we're a council that has really clearly stated priorities when it comes to transport, and we know that we should be building for the transport we want, not what we currently have, it would make sense to put additional priority on those non-car methods and not wait for ECAN to put a new route in, but actually it's only sort of 600-700 metres away, the current bus stop. And, you know, if you're going to Ngāpunawai, they tend to be relatively fit, healthy people who don't mind walking 600-700 metres from a bus stop. So encouraging that kind of thing, putting in better bus infrastructure, which is our job, at that site would be really good.
Sure. No,
Thanks.
there's a commitment to continue to work, you know, with ECAN and obviously our transport colleagues to get there as quickly as we can. Something we do have to be mindful of, though, is there's a lot of activity, and the timing of that activity doesn't necessarily coincide with the current public transport systems,
I
right
agree.
through it to 10 o'clock at night.
Yep.
And there are, you know, obvious safety concerns for some people with younger
Go
children.
until 10 o'clock at night.
But there's an absolute commitment to continuing that work.
Yeah, thanks.
Aaron?
Yeah, so on that point around the buses, that given that there's a really good bus service going down Lincoln Road 700 odd metres away, which is, as we know, is outside of the preferred walking distance of people on buses, can we do any work to look at a shuttle service that works at Ngāpunawai as needed? So whether it becomes a part-time staff member for us and it's a 20-seater or a 14-seater shuttle, so we work out the numbers, work out if it's needed, then put it on when it's needed, and at least know the costs of that. So just getting people out to and from the...
That would be quite a complex piece of work, and nothing's impossible, but we'd have to work with all of the sporting codes on all of their programming of all of their activity, which is quite diverse. And where are we shuttling them to?
Well, straight out to the bus line, but it's a follow-on from Sarah's point that we create facilities which then go against our goals around transport.
We're just veering off the car park decision, and I know we're running out of time. Andre, thank you, Aaron.
Right, just trying to help solve the problem.
Yeah, it's related to the car park, and that cars will one day, hopefully very soon, be able to come in from Wigram Road to get to the car park. So I just feel it's my duty to ask about progress re the Wigram Road entrance.
Sure.
And the language we got this morning around McMahon having to be open the other day is just concerning.
Sure.
It will happen. Yanni?
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, did you want to respond?
Sorry, Phil, there's an answer coming then.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I presumed it was a question. So there is work ongoing for the second entrance as per the resolution from council. And there is a sunset clause on the existing resource consent. It must be achieved by 2028. That sounds a long time away. But alongside looking at the cycleway connection, that is the current package of work that we're looking into. And we will be able to open, work with the codes to open that entrance operationally in a temporary sense. It is a gravel road, so we just got to be mindful of the impacts of that to meet the peak demands, to take some of the pressure off Augustine once the netball centre's up and running.
Yeah, just the promise that was made to residents was that there would be an entrance open by the time the netball centre opens. So I'm just mindful of how we communicate that between now and then.
Sure. I do recall I was in that meeting, and yeah, I think I did say it may have to be temporary and operational initially in the last meeting. Yeah, but there's absolute commitment.
Thank you.
Yanni?
Yeah, I was just concerned in the additional or the alternative options that there's no lower cost options that are provided. It seems really expensive for a car park. Seems like it's a really nice, standard of car parking. But was there any other alternatives considered given our financial constraints at the moment, and given that this is something that possibly could be staged or could be worked towards in the future, given that this has existed for a wee while now, this issue, and we do have other experience with big events that do generate additional parking.
There is a lot of stormwater, a hell of a lot of stormwater work going on, isn't there, Andrew?
It is very much an integrated system. If we're going to dive into numbers, we'll have to go into confidential. Because we're still at the final stage of negotiations.
No,
but at a higher level, yes, we've done a lot of value management. We've done everything we can to reduce the cost to a minimum. The only option you have is to not build as many car parks, which is not in line with the recommendation from the independent review. And as you heard this morning, that means that you'll be effectively parking cars on a paddock, and the peak demand for Ngāpunawa is actually in winter. And the net result will be not addressing the traffic issues for the local community.
Okay.
Right. So we're trying to, we've worked really hard to get to what we believe is the responsible level of investment.
Did you consider a multi-storey car parking building to minimise the footprint and use
unaffordable? Simply unaffordable. It hasn't been explored, but there's significantly higher cost.
Okay, moving right along. Tyler, you'll be the last one because we've got to get on to the next thing.
Great. Just wondering if you can remind us of the abundance of landscaping that you're going to be doing in this plan, just for the public and ourselves.
Yeah, sure.
To be reminded.
And the Mayor touched on it before, as did Andrew this morning. It's a very significant and sensitive site, and in particular for mana whenua. And MKT at the time, the initial consent that went forward, they raised quite a few concerns about the impact on the river. So there's been a redesign and a significant emphasis to mitigate any impact on the Apauaho River. And that's meant that we've got a lot more integrated stormwater management within the car park space. But also, one of the key concerns that came out of the hearings was, I guess, the impact of a very large, simple building, on the environment, and in particular the neighbouring environment. And so there's been a significant amount of effort put into landscape mitigation to try to, ensure that whatever is constructed there adds amenity value. Certainly, our canopy cover is always going to be part of our thinking. So that it is very park-like in its setting, even though we're essentially building kind of quasi-semi-industrial scale assets. So it's probably the most significant amount of landscaping I've seen in that kind of environment for quite some time. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew.
Sorry, Phil.
Sorry.
In thinking that, could this model go across other projects, and would it be a good reasoning to go over other projects?
From a parks perspective, it's hard to imagine another facility of that scale at the moment, but the principles absolutely. And the most obvious one would be any development. One of the proposals being looked at in the Atakaro Avon River corridor is for the flat water sports hub to swap sides with the river and open up the side that the City to Sea pathway goes through to the public. So it'll be smaller scale, but same principles. So that'll be the next one where we look at a similar approach.
Excellent. So we have a mover and seconder. So I'll put that motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against?
It's count.
Carried. Eh?
Sarah?
Sorry. Okay. So we're all good. So next one, thank you. The next one we're moving on to is item number 20, the terms of reference for the insurance subcommittee.
We'll get to you in a minute, Gary.
Yeah, don't look so excited, Gary. Sam's happy to move, Mark's happy to second. Right. Any questions, anybody? Okay, any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, Gary.
Yeah, where have you been?
I can see how the priority works.
You get used to it. So this is item 14, isn't it? Yeah. This is the Metropolitan Discretionary Response Fund.
I'd just like to say at the start, so we started, if we have a look at the Canterbury Law Centre, Community Law Centre. So for those that were here in the last term, when we did our Strengthening Communities Metro conversation, we talked about the fact that Tenants Protection had unfortunately folded. And so this is the partnership that we've worked with through RATA, with Ngā Matawaka, Anglican Social Services, and we all came together and said, so what can we contribute? So it's a bit of pride, this one actually. It's a highly required service, being covered by 3 partners who have jumped in and said, yep, we see the need, and a couple of funders, hopefully, you'll be the second one, who have said, we see the value in it. So there's a good partnership there on this one. And on the Pacific People's Trust, for us again, a community that doesn't often come to council for funding, and that's been some work that Lexi and the team have done to work with those harder to get communities. And so this is really good to see this application, I think, for the organisation. And this is work, the request for them is because their work has increased, and that's exactly what discretionary response is about. As the business changes for our NGOs, they often require more help. So this is what this application is. So for both of them, really proud to be bringing them to you. Feels like good work.
Thank you, Gary.
Hey, mate. Hey, just a question. Why is the recommended amount $20,000 when they requested $25,000 for the Pacific People's Trust?
Yeah, so they've put an application into RATA and they've put an application into lotteries, and we suspect that after talking to them, they will have more than enough money. So we want to make a good contribution. But, I mean, it's entirely up to you guys. If you want to give them 25, they're not going to say no. But when we worked it through, that's where we got to the wages and salaries.
Are you able to talk a little bit more about the project itself? Are they looking for a 1 FTE that's shared between RATA, etc.? I'm not sure if you can tell me this. But.
No, they just need more staff to be able to deliver on the demand that's come in. And the fact that they've done such a good service, the demand has increased like any good business, for want of a better word. Really, they just need more people. And the thing that I think is attractive for us and for the city is the employment part of this, and a community that's overrepresented in our unemployment statistics. And I think anything that goes towards that is good.
Well,
you want us to put it up?
Yeah, I'd like to put it at 25.
I'm happy to put it at 25.
On the basis of
members, just a reflective point, that's all. I think you might want to consider, you may wish to raise it dependent upon whether they are successful elsewhere. Because if they're unsuccessful in their funding, then they would need the 25, is how I heard Gary. Maybe I misheard that.
Is that what you're saying?
No,
yeah, it's a delicate dance, this one, because the other two haven't decided. I guess the only thing I would say is if you do put it up, it makes the other decision easy for the other two funders and a bit more security. Okay. But it was the third split, really, was where we got to.
So what generally happens in the past, though, is that once we put our weight behind it, the others come on board.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's leverage points all over the place.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind one of the other funders is lotteries.
But if we did add $5,000 and the others still put in their money, it would pay for additional hours that would do additional good in the community. Absolutely. It wouldn't just be sitting there in a bank account.
No.
No.
And for myself, as somebody who has worked in this space, $5,000 goes a long way, particularly with these people. So I'd be backing that personally.
If we were to not increase the funding and they went through and they got the balance from the other two funders, is there anything to stop this group coming back for some more funding should they require it?
Technically, there is. The same project, the criteria says you can't apply for the same project within the same financial year.
If they came with another project?
If they came with another project, absolutely.
So, yeah, they could pick up some more funding that way too. Yeah. Thank you.
Yanni.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Just had several questions. One is, do you know who's behind this? There's no name and there's no address. So do you know where they're based? Don't need the specific address, but it would be nice to know where they're based, and if you can, in a general sense, tell us who's behind it. And then the other question is, my understanding was central government was actually contributing quite a lot of money to financial capability, and also to, like through the Ministry of Pacific Peoples, they do fund financial literacy programs in the Pacifica community. So are we aware of any central government support for this project?
So in answer to that question, no, I'm unsure. I do not know. I didn't actually do this application, but I can find that information for you around the other. I suspect that it's, well, no. My suspicion is reading it and understanding it, it's in the east of the city, but I can't guarantee that for you, but I can find that out.
So can I have just a sort of show of hands or an indication, is everyone is happy to lift it by $5,000? Don't put your hands up at once. Okay. Right. So we had we've got Sarah and Mel have done it.
Because it means if you support the staff recommendation, you have to vote against two, which means nothing.
Pauline, you could put forward a foreshadowed motion for 20,000 if you wanted to do that.
Oh, it doesn't matter. No, we'll get to the same. We end up with the same result.
Yeah. I'll foreshadow 20 then.
Right. So, what are we putting up now?
So we're putting up Councillor Tempson and Councillor Corkers.
Happy with 25?
Yes.
Yeah.
So at the moment we're putting it forward that we increase it to $25,000. All of those in favour? So, those against? No. So that's carried. No, that was the second one. Okay.
Councillor Tempson and Councillor Corkers items, which is 1 and 2, 2 being 25,000. Would you like to try that again, just in case?
Right.
So we're clear?
Oh, I was just looking at bringing it up to 25 first, but
do number 1 first. Yeah.
Number 1 first. Makes a grant of $40,000 to Community Law Canterbury. Against?
To speak to.
If you want to speak to it, you can speak to it, but we do have to get cracking.
Yeah, I understand that. I just want to acknowledge staff for going away and actually coming up with a solution to what is a really, really important issue in our city, which is tenants' advocacy. And so, I just think we should acknowledge the other funders that have come on board and the work that staff have done, because this is actually a really good outcome for something that was a service that was going to be sorely missed. So I just want to say thanks to staff for the work they've done on it.
No, that's
You're
good.
welcome.
Well done. So we've got the first one away, so I now do the second one, even though I did it the first time. Yeah, no, number 1 carried. So we're now doing number 2. So all those in favour of number 2? Aye. Against? No. Righto. There you go, Sam.
There obviously is a foreshadowed motion to the staff recommendation. Yeah. So, yeah.
So for number 2, which is the 25,000, the Mayor.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. Councillor Peters. Councillor Harrison-Hunt.
Yes.
Councillor Coker. Councillor Fields.
Abstention.
Councillor Donovan. Councillor Henstock. No. Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Goff. No. Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Keown. Councillor McDonald.
No.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor McLennan. Yes. Councillor Scandrett.
No.
And Councillor Templeton. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against and 2 abstentions.
That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Would you want to do the last one?
Yep, number 15.
Okay. So number 15 that we're up to now, the Suburban Regeneration Biannual Report.
So members, are you happy to accept the report without going through the presentation, though I know there may be questions?
Are you question or you? Okay, far away.
Yeah, thank you for the report. And this is just an academic question, but can we please have the Edgware Village Master Plan noted in the list of the master plans that are in there? It's only mentioned once in this whole thing, and that's buried in the table. And bearing in mind that the community board voluntarily pushed that one out a few years because the community couldn't tolerate any more digging up of the roads. But it's still alive, and if we don't keep it listed in here every time, we could lose it.
Yes, it is still live, but the report focuses just on projects from master plans that are either actively progressing in the reporting term of the last 6 months or have been funded to be progressed. And I'm not sure that...
Councillor Cotter will find a way of making sure it remains front and centre.
Thank you. That's what I'm asking. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Yeah. Thank you, Aaron. You got a question, Jake? Yeah. And Sam, all right, Pauline seconded it. Thank you.
Do you know when the inner city or the Linwood Streetscape project will be coming back to council for its required top up?
Can we bring that back separately? Because the aim of this report was really focus on all of the projects, not the specific details. So we can take that on notice, Councillor, and I'll get that through as a memo.
Yeah, easy. Okay, who else would like to ask a question? Mark.
This may be something you might have to come back to us on, but I'm just wondering whether there's any plans around urban regeneration in Hornby.
Resolution to...
Again, I might answer that. We are doing some planning work on that, Councillor, and I'll set up a time for us to sit down and work through with you, and we will bring that back to the larger group at a later stage, but the preliminary work will come and have that discussion with you.
Excellent, thank you.
It's just a comment really to sort of thank staff for their work on this. I think in particular making sure that we seize the opportunity to do some urban regeneration when we do have the private sector and the public coming on board is really important. So I just want to thank staff for their work on this, and I look forward to seeing progress in some areas that perhaps have stalled for some time now. So yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, just a similar question to the one that Mark's raised, but if you look at the heat regeneration map, urban regeneration heat map, which says that effectively that that the colours will change, relative priorities will change over time. The heat map was updated with more recent data at the end of 2019 and September 2020, and I was just wondering if we've got a 2022 update, or if not, when we can expect it. But also looking at like Linwood, seems to be massively red, but there doesn't seem to be any work underway. So just wondering how those relative priorities will change based on what the map's showing, and if we've got an up-to-date heat map, or if not, when we could possibly get one.
The heat map hasn't been updated since that last update in 2019. What will inform the urban regeneration work program going forward, though, is the outcomes of the Otatahi Christchurch plan, which we're still waiting on. We're expecting to be doing some neighbourhood planning in certain areas as a result of that.
Sorry, the Otatahi what? Sorry, can you repeat?
The Otatahi Christchurch plan, the spatial plan of Christchurch.
So sorry, so what's the process to getting the updated map? Like, how do we get an updated map?
Okay.
Councillor, you had a briefing towards the end of the last term of council. I believe there'll be further briefings early in the new calendar year on that. I'll find that out from the team that are working on that and then come back to you. Just the other part of your question, there is current work happening in Linwood, and we're doing some scoping work in the Linwood Eastgate area as well as part of our program. So we can have a chat to you about that as that scoping work is further developed as well.
Thanks, Bruce. Tim.
Thanks, Phil. I'm just wondering, yesterday when we had a presentation with regards to the city streets and with Wakatahi, mentioned the Selwyn Street master plan being kind of in between, sandwiched in between their work on the upgrade from Bryant Street, but we kind of thought the funding was let down on their side with regards to improving the Selwyn Street and the South Intermediate, etc. there. And they said, and staff said, that there'd be a connection there of those three joining together. So are you aware of that?
We're certainly aware of the work that Wakakotahi is doing. As I understand it, we're trying to align with that work in terms of the delivery of our
just to raise the awareness, that was talked to yesterday and agreed, or that the staff agreed they were conscious of it, is that on the other side of Selwyn Street is actually Selwyn Street, which goes past the South Intermediate, and a lot of work was done by, and really, really good work was done by council staff working with the community on that. So I'm not quite sure how to link that, but it would be good if we could.
Okay, I'll pass that on.
To bring efficiencies
Thank you very much.
as well.
In the essence of time, we have Aaron has moved it and Pauline has seconded it. I'd like to put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you very much. And I have one resolution left, which I'm going to move to defer items 9 and 10. And Sam is very happily seconded it. So all of those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. So now we've got the karakia.
The X minutes we did at the beginning. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We're going to put them into next week.
Yep. Okay. So we should stand up. What we need is someone with a big voice to start, please.
By the way, it's whakairia, just singing. Kia whakairia te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia tūriki whakataha ai, kia tūriki whakataha ai, haumie, huie, tae ki.
Thank you very much, everybody.